Good morning, distinguished guests, speakers, and participants. It is our absolute pleasure to welcome you all to the second day of the BODHI International Conference on Reimagining English Language, Literature, and Culture in a Changing World, organized by the Department of English Foreign Languages, Bharathiar University, in collaboration with Indian Council for Cultural Relations, Bangalore, and GANDHI, SMRITI, and DARSHAN SAMITI, New Delhi, Ministry of Culture, Government of India, in association with BODHI Journal of Research and Humanities, Arts and Science. Now I request Dr. Nagaraj and Dr. Now I call upon our HOD, Dr. Nagaraj, to welcome the address.
A very warm good morning to one and all present here. And respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, my colleagues, and professors from other institutions, scholars and students. I welcome you all to the second day of this international conference. And today we have amidst us Professor Prabhakar, is the Dean of School of English and other Indian languages. Manonmaniyam Sundarnar University is the professor and head as well of the Department of English. He has got more than 3 decades of teaching experience, and he has been producing a lot of PhD researchers. And his profile goes for pages, that is why I didn't come with the profile. And I would say something beyond the profile, maybe my personal connection with Professor Prabhakar. And he has been an inspiration to me and to a lot of professors all around the state, even I can say the nation. And today we have 3 triumvirs of literature in Tamil Nadu and Pondicherry together. It is Professor Prabhakar, Professor Marx, and Professor Armstrong. And they've been contributing a lot to the literary studies all over the state. And they keep, questioning or challenging the preconceived notions of literature. And that make them like unique literarians in the overall scenario. So we are really delighted to have him amidst us today. And he has served in different positions in the university. He was a controller of examinations for a long period. And he was the registrar in charge. He was there as a member of syndicate. And he's the Senate member, and he was the director of PG Extension Center. A lot many positions he has held. But still, he remains a simple and unassuming human being. And beyond all these things, he has been a good friend, a brother, well-wisher. And I can run to him at any moment without giving a second thought. And that is a kind of a relationship that he builds with any individual, not only to me. He builds such a kind of a relationship with any individual. Such is his greatness. I am very much delighted and honored to introduce Professor Prabhakar to you. And all these words you will literally feel, after his speech, after his lecture, you'll see all these words coming to life. So with these few words, I wholeheartedly welcome Professor Prabhakar to this conference, and I invite you. And he doesn't need an invitation actually, because right from the beginning he has been part of this department, and he always tells it's a second home for him. So that way he doesn't need a separate invitation, but still we are very much privileged to listen to him today. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation, sir. Thank you so much. Now, so to you. Invite.
Happy morning, dear students. At the outset, really, the department is honored to have MHS, Professor Prabharan sir, on this wonderful occasion of the two-day international conference, where we had collaborated with the GANDHI SMRITI and the Indian Council for Cultural Relationship. In fact, for the research scholars in the department and for few of the postgraduate students. Within our department, no, he is not a alien face, known among in the department for his association with the department. Now, I always take advantage of him, take liberty, and just a call will do. Professor Marx, Professor Prabhagar, a few members, I take freedom with them, and just a call, they'll come to the department. Many of the portfolios, this gentleman possesses many portfolios. I've been a registrar in charge, the dean, director now for the international relationship, and even the acting Vice Chancellor Committee member, board of many universities. So, his profile, if you see in the academic and the administration, it goes a very long way. And beyond all the academic clients, a few things, that fascinates me with this gentleman is that there are hardly few people who are damn revolutionary when it comes to the academics. They speak what they want to speak. Hardly few would possess this particular characteristic quality, I would say. Very daring enough, revolutionary to the core. The ideology they carry, and they want to project to the larger forum, they will never ever hesitate in putting down their thought process. So in that way, all his thought process for the betterment of the higher learners had been voiced out on many a context, and government had given a heed to his hearing. That sort of personality, you do have MHS here. Hardly ever, you find very daring personalities who could put their thoughts, whatever the forum, whatever the platform. Such is the kind of personality, you have MHS, and I'm really happy to have him MHS. And I'm literally fascinated only with this particular thought process that, this daring, hardly you could see in the academic commune. Hardly few who would, if they want to voice out now, they would voice out. As I always say to my fellow colleagues and to the members, wherever I know, in the academic commune, they knew that I'll never ever say no, but if I say no, then I'll never say yes. So, like me, I could see there are hardly few personalities there in the academic wanted to say, what they want to say, having in mind the higher education plan, how the higher education should be and how the higher education learning should be like. So he does possess a culture, he does possess a tradition, he does possess a value system, which is so much so unique. And somewhere, I could associate myself with them. That is how I'm being clinging on to this gentleman for quite a long year. So really honored, sir, to have you MHS. And thank you for accepting the invitation. And I'm for sure you're gonna enjoy the show. You're gonna enjoy the show. Not in a simplest of the simplest forms, I say radical enough. It is gonna be radical enough. I had never seen him addressing in polite terms, either by way of the language use or by way of the thought process, he carries. In many a forum I had seen him. As I said, it will be very distinctive, the thought will be very distinctive, very new, and you're going to enjoy it. Thank you. Thanks so much, sir. Please.
Thank you, sir. Before we move into the session, I'd like to request Dr. Nagaraj to honor Dr. Prabharan and Dr. David Arpudaraj.
And I forgot to add one piece of information to the welcome note. And Sir has been awarded with a project by ICCR. It is the biggest in being putting forward. He is the senior most in the in the state now. He is running the project in a way that he is moving so much into the project. It is with the performing arts of the tribes, and that is again, we feel proud about this project, and that part I just missed to mention during the welcome note. And let's all appreciate him at this juncture for this great achievement of the nation. Thank you.
So good morning to all. In fact, I'm afraid whether I deserve all these words by Professor Nagaraj and Dr. David. In fact, I feel humbled in the presence of academics, scholars, and student friends. Most respected Head of the Department, Professor Nagaraj, dear colleagues in the Department of English, Dr. Padmanabhan, Dr. Asmita, Dr. Vinod, Dr. David, and Dr. Kasirajan, and learned colleagues from other institutions, resource persons, research scholars, and my dear student friends. A very good morning to you once again. I received a call from the coordinator of this program, Dr. Kasiraj, a fortnight ago, and he invited me to be here on the day of inauguration. And my good friend, Professor T. Marx, he happened to visit our university on Friday, that was on yesterday. And therefore, he asked me to accompany him on Saturday. Therefore, we planned to come from Tirunelveli to Coimbatore on Saturday, but quite unfortunately, Dr. Marx had some other commitment at his department and this university, therefore he couldn't make it. And quite shockingly, I also have the same commitment in our university today. being what they have said about me, I need to carry a lot of responsibilities in the university and in the department, and we are going for the NAC re-accreditation, and we are about to submit our DVV on between 4th and 6th. Therefore, today there is a meeting. I must be there. And I went to the Vice Chancellor, stood before him like a schoolboy, sought his permission, and came to this Bharathiar University for only one reason. I am equally afraid of Dr. Nagaraj. If I couldn't make it, Dr. Marx, I believe he might join in online, or Dr. Bhaskaran might join online, and I thought I should not rather betray the department which I love most. As my good friend David said, this is my home away from a home. Therefore, I don't want to say that amidst my busy schedule, it's not like that. Amidst the most important, significant thing happening in our university, in our department, I am here because I value the department and my friendship with the people here at the Department of English, Bharathiar University. Thank you. When I was going through the brochure, I was very much impressed with the word reimagining, right? Reimagining. So I would like to structure my lecture in this way. What did we imagine? What are we reimagining about language and literature? What was our imagination earlier? What was our literary imagination? And what is the present literary imagination, and how it will go in the future? For which I always believe there is no future without the past. Unless we understand our past, we cannot proceed to the future, say, most appropriately. And therefore I thought today that I would like to, as a teacher, I would like to rather introduce a text which most of you might have heard of, but not definitely seen. Therefore, I thought that I should bring the text and show to my students, friends, to understand what was literature in the past and how we should reimagine literature and language in the present. That I would like to speak on a topic, writing the nation, how did we write the nation in literature, envisaging home rule in British India. And I'm happy that Dr. Nagaraj could associate. He's a man of action, and I'm really jealous about him, how he could rather associate himself with the Indian Council for Cultural Relationships, the Ministry of External Affairs, and also the Ministry of Culture. And this ICCR, right, there is a word about this ICCR, and it rather foregrounds the culture and the history. And it also wants to rewrite the history of the nation by decolonizing our mind. And therefore I thought this topic might be appropriate on this forum to speak on the history of India and about the writing, that emerged in the British rule. What did they imagine about a nation, and what is a nation at present? Right. And therefore I thought that I could introduce one of the very, very early texts written in English about India. Could you just, can anybody tell me what was the first text written in English about Indian freedom struggle? And just rather give me wild guess and say which year it might have been written. Give me a wild guess. India, Indian freedom, history, we are going to reimagine. Give me a wild guess. Or you can even search and you can browse and you tell me. I'll give you 1 minute's time. It was in 19th century, early 19th century. Yeah, fine. Anybody? I need answer. What was the first text? Written in English, yearning for India's independence. (1857). 1857, it is the first war of independence. So you rather think that the first text must have been written or after 1857. After 1857, it is possible to write about India's freedom. Yes, right. Then 1857, the formation of the three universities in India, the University of Madras, the University of Calcutta, and the University of Bombay, in these three presidencies. Anyone? Any guess? 1857? Mind you, even before 1857, in 1835, a 17-year-old BA English literature student from Hindu College, a student of Vivian Derozio, his name is Kailas Chandra Dutt. In 1835, he wrote a short fiction called A Journal of 48 Hours of the year 1945. In 1835, if you search in the net, you might not get this. A Journal of 48 Hours of the year 1945. It was written in 1835 by a student, a college student, on 6th June 1835 in Calcutta Literary Gazette, a journal run by Hindu College, which was established in 1817. Established in 1817, and this appeared on 6th June 1835 in Calcutta Literary Gazette. And immediately the Bengal Gazette, run by the Britishers, on 10th June, they called it sedition and national. And after 5 days after its publication, the text was withdrawn. And from 1835 to 1960, the text was heard, not seen, not read. And in 1960, Alex Tickle, a scholar, he found the text in London archives and he restored it. And after 1960, the text became popular, and the text, it was, I believe, I might be one of the few persons who owns the text. Right? This a journal of 48 hours of the year 1945. This I got it on demand, a print on demand. And Somdat Mandal, a professor working in this Vishwa Bharati Institute, he rather brought this book out after 1960. So what did we imagine as a nation? And what was the imagination of the nation in 1835? That even before the first war of independence, what we call Sepoy Mutiny in 1857. In the text 1835, he envisaged an armed rebellion in 1945, and he hopes that India will be free by 1945. What a prophecy it was. And what was the literary imagination of this case is that, and India got independence in 1947. An armed rebellion. Armed rebellion would have, he predicted that an armed rebellion would rather bring freedom to the nation in 1945, a 48 hours, right? A journal of 48 hours of the year 1945, K.C. Dutt. After 10 years, in 1945, his cousin, K.C. Kailash Chandra Dutt's cousin, Sosi Chandra Dutt, he wrote another short fiction in 1845, after 10 years. The text is called The Republic of Orissa. And he also predicted that Orissa would become a republic, say, in 1940s. And he declared Orissa an independent nation, a republic. That was written in 1845. But what was the imagination in 1835 and 1845? And only after these two texts got published in English, that is very, very important, not in a regional language. We had Sepoy Mutiny, or the first war of independence, in 1857. So, to understand what was the reimagination of literature and language, we must understand what was our imagination in the past. I will read the very first sentence, that it will be quite shocking to you from the text. This is how the text begins. There was no word India. It was Hindustan, right? It was Hindustan, and it was not considered a unified land, because nation is not just a geographical unity, it is a political unity. It is a cultural unity. And it is a unity, of course, in certain cases, it is a religious unity too. So, as a nation, in 1835, the first sentence is this: the people of India, and particularly those of the metropolis, had been the subject for last 50 years to every species of subaltern oppression. The dagger and the bowl were dealt with merciless hand, and neither age, sex, nor condition could repress the rage of British barbarians. 1835, he was talking about, say that how daring I am to speak my ideology. Imagine a student, 18-year-old student, writing for the first time in English, documented or wrote with his nationalist imagination, highest imagination possible. He said, this is a subaltern oppression. For the last 50 years, irrespective of the sex, age, and the people, we are subjected to a subaltern oppression by the British. He was daring to call them barbarians. Would they permit this text afterwards? On June 6th, it was published, and on June 10th, it was called back. There was a response by the British official organ. There was an article written against this K.C. Dutt, and the journal of this 48 hours of the year 1945, the text went to dormant. No one knew anything about this text. M.K. Nayak, he made a slight reference to K.C. Dutt. Srinivasa Iyengar made a slight reference to K.C. Dutt. And all these literary historians, including Malhotra, Indian English writers, they made just a reference to this K.C. Dutt, but no one could trace what K.C. Dutt had written. It was a literary imagination of the early Indian English writers, and we need to reimagine at present the nation, the concept of nation, with our understanding. And let me rather introduce what was the thought process of envisaging a home rule movement in India. What was called a home rule? That they thought that this is rather freedom, independence, liberation. It's a canopy term, and they understand liberation or freedom with their own perspective. To some people, freedom is a home rule. To some people, freedom is a liberation from the, say, might be anti-slavery. We don't want to be slaves to someone. And to some people, decolonization. To some people, eviction. That eviction, say, this was a settlement, this was a colony. And so therefore all the Britishers must evict. All the colonizers should leave the place. So what is liberation? What is freedom? It differs from land to land, from people to people. What was independence in India? That the British left the country. What is independence? What is freedom in South Africa? They had few years back, they had apartheid. And the Britishers were there, and the blacks were not even given the franchise. So this segregation was there. Apartheid was practiced. So what is freedom to them is not freedom to others. And for us, freedom, independence is the leaving of the British, quit India. That was the movement that we had. And how did it remind us a literary imagination in Indian English literature? The British imperialism and the concept of a nation. The history of the Home Rule movement, said it is only after Annie Besant and Tilak, right, and Gokhale. But we need to understand this Home Rule as a movement, Home Rule as a concept was very much remind us that I am repeating this word in the literary imagination, in the context of literary imagination in the minds of the young writers from this young Bengal movement. The history of the Home Rule movement in India, it was a kind of a resistance to the colonial hegemony. That is the objective of ICCR. We need to rewrite the history. We need to foster the real history, and we need to teach and we need to tell people the real history of India, how India was plundered. That it was plundering of the wealth. Above political rule or political oppression, the subaltern oppression was rather experienced only in terms of the drain theory, right? The drain of India. How India's wealth was rather looted by the Britishers. And we need to read Nauroji. How Britishers, that was the first idea about the economic nationalism. So the resistance to the colonial hegemony and this Home Rule movement as a concept, it remained as a fragmented imagination of the concept of the nation as delineated in the first ever fictional, futuristic, I give 3 or 4 adjectives to that. fictional, futuristic, you can call it utopia, right, utopian, right? We are talking about 1984, which was written only in 1948. But this is written in 1835, much ahead of E.M. Foster, much ahead of, Orwell. At 1948, 1984, 1835, 1945. Hope you understand how fertile was our land in terms of literature, resisting the British hegemony, even in 1835, and most importantly, in their language. Not in the regional language, but in English, we wrote against the Britishers, called them British barbarians in 1835 itself. And say the previous slide. It's a fictional, futuristic narrative in Indian English literature, and this is, so now you can very well say what is the first book in literature in English which aspired for India's independence. It is K.C. Dutt's The Journal of 48 Hours of the year 1945. Hereafter, you can browse this text. It will give the net, the web source will give, your AI will give some information about this text. Next. This self-governance. Listen. As a word, home rule, it occurred only in 1858. That I am trying to rather establish a fact that even before it was conceptualized, they had written, they had documented it in literature. It was first used in 1858, the word home rule. Collins English Dictionary, it traced only in the origin of the word only between 1855 and 60. And only in 1870, after Isaac Butts, the Home Government Association in 1870, and Charles Stewart Parnell's the Home Rule League in Ireland. In fact, the Home Rule concept, it emerged only from Ireland. The point here I am trying to establish is that it was said to have been used only after 1858 as a concept. But in 1835, K.C. Dutt wrote about it. He imagined a nation. We all know that he imagined a community. What is a nation? And what is this imagined community? Anderson's theory of this imagination and imagined community. And he imagined in 1835 as a concept. 1858, 1860, 1870 in Ireland, but 1835 in India. The Indian Home Rule movement, it was only after Bal Gangadhar Tilak and Annie Besant in 1926. And it was modeled on Irish Home Rule movement and aspired for Indian self-government. Sudesi. We call it Desi, Sudesi. And India is for Indians, and we rule our own nations. We call them barbarians. They called us barbarians. Why was English introduced in India? 1835, very, very important. Right, this is the minutes by Lord Macaulay. What is Lord Macaulay's minutes talked about India and the Indian education? And he said, we introduce English in India to civilize the Hindu barbarians. I am quoting. Macaulay says, we are introducing English education in India in order to civilize the Hindu barbarians. Same year, my student of English literature, he said, British barbarians. That you call me Hindu barbarians, just to introduce your education to us. After having learned your education, I address you as British barbarians. So Indian Home Rule movement only in 1916 was modeled on this Home Rule League in Ireland, which aspired for self-government. And this Montague Declaration in 1917, known as the August Declaration in India, which considered these ideas or concept on home rule is no more a sedition. Only after 1917, it was not considered seditious. Hope you are able to follow me, the imagination and the reimagination of literature and language. The imagination that only after 1917, after this Montague Declaration, what was called Declaration, it was considered, that no longer considered seditious. So, writing about a nation before 1917 was a sedition, anti-national, censored, punishable offense. If you write about a home rule, so they say patriotism and others. But we had a writer in 1835 to write about, to imagine about a nation. Okay. Facts and history. Let's say, okay, you can go to that he wrote in 1835, aspiring for freedom from the British barbarians and the brutal atrocities of the merciless conquerors. I'm quoting from the text. He called the British barbarians and he called them merciless conquerors. My next slide. Then what is this nationalism? The spring of a nation in between 1830 and 1848. I think that I'm going online. Otherwise that I would like to share a joke. At 1830 and 1848, many people know what is this 1848. It's a very popular brand in Tamil Nadu. No idea? Say, you'll have to acquire knowledge from everything. Knowledge is, the spread of knowledge, the dissemination of knowledge is possible from everything. 1848 is a very popular brandy in Tasmak in Tamil Nadu. 1848, they call it 1848. Many people, I think that I might have cracked the same joke here. Many people, they thought, once I asked my friend, hey, why it is called 1848? Because I know what is the importance of 1848 in world history, because only for the first time it was called the Spring War. He wanted to liberate the nations. They wanted to form the concept called nation. They wanted to be free from monarchy. They wanted to, the Europeans, they wanted to establish nations and be democratic. And that was the war called the Spring Wars, the spring of a nation, 1840, up to 1848. And once I asked my friend, why this is called 1848? Why do they call 1848? I wanted to teach him European history and the history of independence, the history of freedom. And my friend, he taught me in a very different way. He told me, if a 48-year-old man drinks this brand, he will behave like an 18-year boy. So I was damn surprised with his, and I wanted to teach him history. I wanted to teach him some ideology, politics, world politics. But he taught me a simple politics, saying that you take this, you will feel that you are 18-year-old. So this is the spring of a nation from 1832 to 1848. And only perhaps this might have inspired the young Bengal movement to aspire for freedom. For the first time, since they studied in English, they thought of, they came across all these concepts the Western concepts in English and the Young Bengal movement, or what we call the Darshanians. Right? The Darshanians, they wrote in English aspiring for India's independence. So what might have been the influence of these writers? The spring of a nation from 1830 to, this is only hypothesis. I could resolve my hypothesis saying that the spring of a nation between 1830 and 1848 influenced the Young Bengal movement to write about the nation, the need for a nation. This is just a hypothesis. And you can take any amount of ideologies and you can very well interact with the Young Bengal movement or the early Indian English writers and their literary imagination. The idea of the nation state during these 1820s in India was only in its early form and served mainly as a reactionary mechanism to British imperialism. So this was the point, number one, that I would like to make. What was the imagination of literature? In 1820s, the literary imagination was a reactionary mechanism to British imperialism. Hypothesis number one. You can prove. Second, even the concept of India as a single nation was not constructed on the common language, history, culture, and geographic territory. Before 1830, where was India? What was India? There was no common history. There was no common culture. There was no common language which talked about the need for a nation. There were many nations constituted into one nation. It is just a territorial unity, not a cultural unity, not a linguistic unity, not a religious unity. So, till 1820s, it was not imagined. The nation was not imagined. And formal social institutions such as government, judiciary, territorial boundaries were not even considered. However, people during this period turned against the oppressive and rapacious colonialism and its ruthless attack on the Indian people and its economy. I told you, the drain theory, the draining the Indian wealth. R.C. Dutt, another cousin of K.C. Dutt, he wrote about, he aspired for economic independence. He only talked about economic nationalism. So that family had a wonderful contribution to English literature. K.C. Dutt, R.C. Dutt, A.C. Dutt, Madhusudan Dutt, and later it was Thoro Dutt. So the imagination, the literary imagination against the ruthless attack on the Indian people and its economy. All these texts were written even before 1857. That is very, very important. 1857 was an impetus to understand and to identify India as a unity, as a single unity, political unity, judicial unity. And there was no common judiciary, there was no common language, there was no common culture, and it was only princely states. But in 1820, he envisaged India as a nation. He imagined India as a nation and wanted this land to be free from the British barbarians in all these terms. He explained. He talked about Indian rule, Indian judiciary in this text. He talked about Indian economy in this text. India's religion, India's language, India's governance. how India should be governed. A very short text. But it had all the imagination. In simple terms, the anger against the foreign ruler united the people in thinking about a nation and forming a state with official functionaries. How India was imagined, how the nation was imagined, in a very, right, we can call it in a very rude, right, I mean in a very, very early stage. By rude I said, not rather say in the terms of a very simple meaning. Very early, highly romantic about a nation, and that was, in fact, that was identified and called as romantic nationalism. That was the term used, romantic nationalism in India. What is this romantic nationalism? Against, right, against the British barbarians, against the British rule. They wanted India to be free. How free? No idea. Right, and free from what? No idea. But he envisaged free from the British colonial imperialism. And our imagination of revolution, freedom, is modeled on French Revolution. In fact, the text, it has a small epigraph. And the epigraph, it is spoken by Junius Brutus. He was inspired by the speech of Antony by studying Shakespeare's Julius Caesar. And the epigraph goes like this: and we shall, and shall we, shall men, after 25 years of ignominious servitude, shall we, through a fear of dying, defer one single instant to assert our liberty? Shall we assert our liberty? Then he says, no, Romans, now is the time, the favorable moment we have so long waited for it to come. An armed rebellion. We are waiting for a long time for this to come. Shall we, in fear of dying, shall we fight against these barbarians? Imagine 1835. And this speech, actually this is only a very imaginary, there is no reference. And if you find the speech is not made by anybody, the speech is made only by the writer in his literary imagination. He calls people to fight against the British. Why? I couldn't read. It's blurred. Okay. And this was the movement that I'm talking about. What was imagined earlier in the history of Indian English literature. The Young India movement, they energized all these things are books in the left. That if you rather expand this, that you can find the books written on this early Indian English literature and the insurgents, what they call insurgents, not even freedom, not even independence war. They called them rebels and insurgents. They were called thugs. Thugs of India, not Amitabh Bachchan. That's a film, no? Thugs of India. Then there is a book, Thugs of India. There is a genre called Thuggy literature. In English, Indian English literature, a genre is called Thuggy literature. And who are called Thuggis? The patriots. The patriots were called thugs by the Britishers. And that's why we call thugs of India, the Thuggis of India. Many texts written on Thuggis of India by the Britishers, calling the Indian patriots, the Indian rebels as thugs, Thuggis. Okay. So the Young India movement, they were educated young Indian nationalists who were rightly called patriots, fought for a native government and political independence. So this is what I have understood as imagination and reimagination of literature. A fragmented imagination of a nation, imagined community. What is a nation? Is it exists in your imagination, or it is an external, what we call a matter? It, in the early stage, a fragmented imagination of nation is ethnocentric nationalism. I called it romantic nationalism. Just a thought that occurred that wanted me to be free from my colonizers is romantic nationalism. Later, it turned to be ethnocentric nationalism. Right? And in a country like India, in any nations for that matter, earlier it was only religious nationalism, spiritual nationalism. That it was ethnocentric nationalism. That is why that we had partition. Since it is ethnocentric and since it is religious, we had two nations, formations of two nations based on the religion. Bengal partition was earlier, much earlier to the India's independence or the formation of, we called India independent, but formation of Pakistan. Hope you understand the logocentrism. Independence of India, but not independence of Pakistan. It is formation of Pakistan, or what we call partition of Pakistan, and formation of Bangladesh. It is not Bengal independence. It is formation of Bangladesh. How clever we are in using the words. And if you understand these words, you understand the ideology behind it. You understand the politics behind it. What is independence? What is formation? What is partition? So earlier it was ethnocentric nationalism and romantic radicalism propelled by the Bengal intelligentsia in early 20. But what happened in the global scenario? It was spring of a nation. In Europe, many princely states under monarchy wanted to be free and be democratic. That is why you can even browse on the, you can go for the web source and you can find 1848, even the brand 1848. And what is shown, what is shown that you can find the brand, you can find the cover, the cover, people were raising their arms. And it was a red movement, and they were raising their arms. They are almost shouting slogans, and you can find that they are resisting something or they are reacting to something. So in a mood of resistance or in a mood of rebel, you can find the cover. So that is 1848. So 1830, between the years 1830 and 1848, inspired this young India movement and encouraged them to aspire for democracy and freedom from the British colonizers. A rule by the people, for the people. Okay. So in early 20, gave an impetus to the youth to develop writing muscle to wrest with British colonialism and disdainful sovereignty. The writer's imagination thus becomes the state's imagination. So this is my hypothesis number 2. I have already published this article, and therefore, even if you take this, I don't mind. Okay. This is the second hypothesis that we can say. It is the writer's imagination that becomes the state's imagination. Vice versa. It is the state's imagination that becomes the writer's imagination. So how we need to reimagine literature and language? To make your imagination an imagination of a nation. Or you will have to represent the imagination of nation in your writings. I have a case study, K.C. Dutt. How the writer's imagination in 1835 became the nation's imaginations later. So this is how that you'll have to reimagine literature and language. So I published this paper 3-4 years back. But when I saw the title of this conference, I thought, okay, this is a rare chance that I could rather introduce a quite unknown text in English literature to the audience. So second point, the writer's imagination becomes the state's imagination, and it is of course with the relations reversed. The nation's imagination can become the writer's imagination. But in this case, when people were afraid to speak or to think, imagine the concept nation, there was a writer who wrote about Indian judicial system, providing Indians law, providing India's common language, providing India's geographical unity, and he talked about the broader India. Again, Bharat, in 1835. He fixed the geographical unity for India. When no one knew anything about the geographical unity, he fixed the mountains, Himalaya, the oceans, and the nations, which are now nations, our neighboring nations, countries. So it is the writer's imagination that becomes the state's imagination. My next slide. And this young Bengal movement, I said, 1817, the students of Hindu College published their articles in the Calcutta Literary Gazette or Journal of Bellis Leicester's Science and the Arts. This is quite, I always consider this academics, especially we English teachers, we are responsible for, I openly admit, most of the English teachers, like me, not like Professor Nagaraj, are responsible for the deterioration of standard in our English education. Because we don't teach them properly, or we don't teach them, we don't introduce them the proper literature. Everyone is working on the depiction of extramarital relationship in Soba Day or in some women writer. That we are talking about, I always say, we are talking about premarital, postmarital, extramarital, but not marital. So this is the problem with the Department of English and the curriculum. We only prescribe text, which will rather fascinate our students, take them to various level, and write essays after essays after essays about the relationship, right? The relationship dealt in. I would very often say he and her lover, or she and her lover. So perhaps this is the theme of our literature that we are doing at present. But in this Hindu college, which was established in 1817 in India, one of the first colleges established in India, Hindu college offered English education. In the college, they published a house journal without NAC's insistence, but not as a mandatory for NIRF. Even without the recommendation of NIRF and NAC, the college, which was established in 1817, ran a house journal called the Bengal Gazette, the Calcutta Literary Gazette, sorry, Bengal Gazette is an official organ. The Calcutta Literary Gazette or Journal of Bellis Leicester's. The members of this young Bengal, who were popularly known as the Darshians, like Krishna Mohan Banerjee, K.C. Dutt, S.C. Dutt, Michael Madhusudan Dutt, published radical ideas and views on social justice and political independence in this Calcutta Literary Gazette. Now I give you an opportunity. Now I'm pretty old enough not to be so selfish about what I have learned or the information that I have gathered. You can take any number of references from this paper and you can say the role of literary gazette, the role of Calcutta Literary Gazette in the development of Indian English literature. I give you a topic for your PhD. The role of young movement, young Bengal movement, another PhD thesis. And that family, another PhD thesis. And what was these aspirations of this home rule movement in Indian English literature? Another PhD thesis. And this kind of thesis will be rather relevant. Instead of working on what I said, extramarital affair, postmarital affair, but all these things. This is how that you'll have to imagine literature and reimagine literature. These writers wrote in this literary gazette, and the great writings always makes noise in the mind of an emergent nations and its oppressors. My hypothesis number 3. What is literature? It has to make noise, be vibrant. It has to be vibrant in the mind of an emergent nation. There was no nation at the time, and it makes noise. The views of the author is the views of the state. The voice of an author is the voice of the state. And it makes noise in the emergent nation and, of course, its oppressors. Therefore, within 4 days, the text was called back. 1835, from 1960, no one knew about the text. That is why I told David, be sure that I am taking this book back. And David, he was quite unmindful and he did not even listen to my words. Now he understands. And immediately I believe that when I am getting back, he will say, shall I take a photocopy? In the emergent nation and oppressors, inspired by, all these things are rather informations, this Calcutta Literary Gazette, and these writers, they were encouraged to disseminate the ideology of the French Revolution and the spirit of the newly formed nationalism. Another PhD thesis, article, useful to be published in Sage, Francis Taylor, and many interesting journals, you can say, the newly founded nationalism in Indian English literature. Reimagine your research. In English literary studies, my next slide. British Raj is bound to die. This was a clarion call given by the Indian English writers early in 1830s. And this was the call. The journal, I have given you all the details. 6th June 1835, and the Calcutta Courier, an organ of the British rule, text on 10th June 1835, and the glorification of the much intended armed rebellion before its actual happenings in 1857. Actually, it happened only in 1857, but it was envisaged in 1835. A Sepoy mutiny was not acceptable to the rulers, who deemed it a piece of sedition. Now we can say those who involved in the first war of independence must not have read this 1835, the text by K.C. Dutt, because after 4 days the text was not existing. It was extinct. But it was called sedition on, and this is very, very interesting things. An observation made by Trevelyan. Listen, of allocation, 1 lakh rupees. 1835, 1 lakh rupees was allotted to English education by the British Parliament. There was opposition. There was support. And Trevelyan, he wrote, believed to be the brother-in-law of Macaulay. He wrote, of allocation of funds to impart English education in India and its allegedly adverse effects. Another PhD thesis. Allocation of funds for allocation of funds for English education and its effects. The impact of allocation of funds to English education. Those who studied English, like Caliban, they said, you taught me the language, I know how to curse. The first ever post-colonial critic was Caliban. You taught me language, but I know how to scold. They allotted funds, 1 lakh rupees, to impart English education. And what had happened? The Calcutta Courier observes, when the British Parliament ordered a sum to be set apart out of the revenues of India for instructing a native population, it never could have been intended to them sedition. Hey, we gave money only to learn, not write against us. Not for sedition. And they said, similarly, on the introduction of English education in India, Trevelyan believes British Raj could not last forever. It was bound to die one day, either at the hands of those Indians who have subscribed to the indigenous model of political change. One indigenous model of political change. What our Kalinga War, our Kalinga War, our Padaliputra, and our Chola dynasty, and our Vijayanagar dynasty, like that. Indigenous political change at the hands of those who have been educated in English and subscribe to the new British model of political change. But what could be the impact of English education? It could bring change. And Trevelyan, he was afraid that this would definitely create a political turmoil in India. They would rise against the British rule, either by following their own indigenous methods or by following the British model of liberation. Next slide, please. The Desi governance. This was the literary imagination. I said the French Revolution, and there is also a Polish from Poland, a nationalist armed forces called Zuki Kozizio. And Buben Mogan, the protagonist of this text, is modeled on the Polish nationalist. Buben Mogan is the protagonist. He is the hero of the text. And the aggravating offences of the rage of the British barbarians give no hope for the judicial redress which could be obtained by appeals to either Lords or Commons. This is, I am quoting from K.C. Dutt, from the text. How could India gain independence? Not by appealing to the judicial system. Grant us, or we can file a suit. We can file. Right, we can lodge a complaint, not by filing a suit in the British Supreme Courts, but by these armed rebellions. Young K.C. Dutt, he writes about the political resurgence, Viceroy of India, an imaginary Viceroy, Butcher. The antagonist's name is Fell Butcher. Hope you understand. Butcher. A British is called, he's a butcher. How butcher? Fell Butcher. He one day or other, this butcher will fall. Therefore he rather characterized him or named him Fell Butcher. Viceroy of India from his seat and establishing a government composed of the most patriotic men in the kingdom. Who will have the government? By the most patriotic men of the land. He called it the kingdom. The idea of forming civil democratic government. He is also talking about, he imagined a civil democratic government comprising of the natives in the early 19th century was thoroughly an astonishing imagination. And he called the political text, he says, the lightning spirit of the rebellion and strives for the first instance of writing the nation envisages a home rule in Indian English literature, and most surprisingly, early in 1835. So this was the imagination of literature in 1835 in India. This is what ICCR and the Department of English, Bharathiar University, are striving hard to relocate, identify, re-examine, and research our history, our literature, and our language. We need to, next slide. This is about what I have talked about. The British operating the Thuggees. He says the cruelties which from the generation you have suffered. Though there is no direct reference to Robert Clive, Richard Wesley, and Warren Hastings, he rather created an imaginary characters resembling Clive, Wellesley, and also Warren Hastings. Casey that he writes, consider for a moment the cruelties which from generation to generation you have suffered. What improvements in our conditions could be expected from the enormities of Clive, straight up. 1835. The enormities of Clive, the despotism of Wellesley, straight. The wanton cruelty of Warren Hastings, straight. And the inordinate rapacity of our present odious government in 1835. So that is called the tribal uprising. Even this is, I give you another topic for research, the tribal uprisings in Indian English literature. This is Morgan, Bhuban Morgan is a tribal hero because it is northeast. Bengal, Assam, Nagaland, northeast, of course Mizoram. Yesidat also, he also rather envisaged an armed rebellion by the tribes, the Gangarians. The tribal uprisings, insurgents, how the tribal insurgents was an impetus to India's freedom. You can rewrite history, or you can research history by working on the tribal uprisings. And it's a tribal uprising, and they said the rapacity of our present government. Next slide. Insurgency and nationalism. For the first time he used the word, while the other nations of the earth are rising high in the scale of civilization, the people of, he used the term, Hindustan. Hindustan. You look at the spelling. Even Hindu college, the real spelling is H-I-N-D-O-O. Hindu college. And he called the people of, upload this. This is the conference. My previous slides. Right, he says the people of, nothing to do with this, okay, don't read this. This is very, very different. But which also reimagined the nation. imagined and reimagined the nation and literature from a different angle. I said the people of Hindustan, they are only suffering in this nation, when other people are rather very high in their thing. Right. So he says, let me rather, if it is not working properly, let me read from the text. Next slide. Next. Even here that I have a point to make. The realization of slavery and the colonial cruelties and the wicked imposition of the British nation has made the protagonist, Bhuban Mohan, juxtapose the attitudes of two different nations and the wicked rule of the British and view and connect the sufferings of the Bengal as the sufferings of the nation. The suffering of the Bengal is the suffering of the nation. The imagination of a writer becomes the imagination of a state. The suffering of a state, I mean a province, becomes the suffering of a larger unit, a nation. And he considers this. Next slide. This is what I want to reimagine, how Indian English literature curriculum should be developed, and what kind of a reimagination is possible in teaching literature and language. Indian English literature originally was protest and emancipatory in nature. It was a radical poetics, not a domestic poetics. Right? There was a derailment after 1960. And we need to understand what was the glory of Indian English literature in the past. When it began as a substitute for a political ideology. And it formed a kind of an epistemology with a different perspective or with a nationalist, patriotic and social perspective. After 1960, Indian English literature got an academic derailment. A train went far away from its railroad and rather traveling the surface transports. And Indian English literature, it was protest and emancipatory in the beginning, and K.C. Dutt calls, this is the end, friends, countrymen and chieftains, let us no more be called the weak. The deluded portion of mankind, let us no more be branded with cowardice and degeneration. Let us unfurl the banner of freedom and plant it where Britannia now proudly stands. And above all, attend to the wants of our much neglected mother. For the first time, a nation was conceived as mother in English. Your Subramania Bharati, national poets, and all the poetic patriots that you are celebrating. Here is an unsung hero. He said, our much neglected mother, the land that gave us birth. And the first voice of protest, the first voice of patriotism, the first voice of nationalism, the first voice of liberation, freedom, independence came in English from K.C. Dutt as literary imagination. Dear friends, as I said, there is a need to reappraise our past, to understand the present and imagine the future. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. The floor is now open for questions or remarks. Thank you, sir, for your insights on how we as a nation imagine literature and language and how we are to reimagine it today. And we'll be now dispersing for a 10-minute break and move forward for the next session after the break. Thank you.
எடுக்கலையா போஸ்ட்லாம் கொடுத்து உட்காந்துருந்தானா அதாச்சு
நான் வேற போஸ் கொடுத்து நின்றுருக்கேன்.
Now, I request our esteemed dignitaries, Chairperson Dr. Ilamaran and Resource Person Dr. John Sager to take your seats on the dais. Friends, please maintain some silence. Friends, please maintain some silence.
Check.
So, welcoming you all back to the session for the day. Now, I take profuse privilege in welcoming Dr. P. Ilamaran, former Associate Professor and Head Department of English, PSG College of Arts and Science. It is an honor to recognize the remarkable contributions of Dr. P. Ilamaran, whose illustrious career as a teacher of English spanned 32 years. His dedication to academics and his passion for literature have left an indelible mark on generations of students. To talk about his contributions at a glance, he has guided 58 MPhil scholars, supervised 7 PhD scholars, and 30 research publications, and delivered 144 lectures. Dr. Ilamaran's expertise covered a vast spectrum such as travel writing, creative writing, journalism and mass communication, Commonwealth literature, and goes on. Through his unwavering commitment to education, research, and mentorship, Dr. Ilamaran has shaped the academic and professional journeys of countless students. His legacy in the field of English literature and language continues to inspire both colleagues and learners alike. Now, I request our head of the department, Dr. Nagaraj, to honor our chairperson, Dr. Ilamaran. Thank you, sir. It is with deep appreciation that we acknowledge his immense contributions. Now I call upon Dr. Ilamaran to introduce the resource person of the day's session, Dr. John Saker, former Associate Professor and Head Research, former Associate Professor and Head American College, Madurai. Now we call upon Dr. Ilamaran onto the podium.
Very good morning to all the dignitaries on and off the dais. மாதிரி திடீர்னு பேச கூப்பிட்டு எப்படிமா பேசுறது? I extend my warmest greetings to my elder brother, Dr. J.S. Sir, formerly head of the Department, American College, the present head of the Department of English, Bharathiar University, Dr. Nagaraj Sir, the organizers, and my beloved brother, Dr. Kasirajan, Dr. Padmanabhan Sir, and as usual, my lieutenant, Dr. Neelakandan Sir. I extend my warmest greetings to every one of you assembled here. This morning I was really fortunate to listen to the analysis made by Dr. Prabhakar. And from there, I had the chance to get into touch with the Indian political scenario as what could be termed as the conglomeration of Indian culture and literature many years ago. In the words of Alan Octavian Hume, the founder of Indian National Congress, in the year 1905, where he meant this: unless Indians are educated in the mainstream of English language, because we had the British administrators, unless they have the mode of education in the English system, it may be a distant dream on the part of national leaders to get into the self-possessed administrative liabilities, at least before 1940s. This is what made Alan Octavian Hume. And I was very thankful to the session which I listened to this morning by Dr. Prabhakar. Culture is like gravity. We do not experience this unless we jump into 2 meters in the air, and when we are uprooted from another, either temporarily or permanently. It may be glutinous that it sticks to from worm to tom, although we can integrate ourselves to our adopted culture to some extent. Our own culture stays with us perennially, follows us like our own shadows wherever we go. Consequently, each one of us is an ambassador of our culture. Our cultural identity peeps through our personal as well as interpersonal behavior, both verbal and non-verbal. And here, any work of literature can only be fully grasped by relating it to the total dynamics of social and historical events, because the medium of its realization is a part of cultural tradition. So, maybe this may be considered as an impetus to the evolving structural ideology, like a typical the parabolic graph of culture and literature both poised into a fusion of immense special praxis. Thank you very much. Now, may I now have the pleasure of listening to my brother, Dr. J.S. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Ilamaran, the chairperson of this session, Dr. Nagaraj, Professor and Head, Department of English and Foreign Languages, colleagues in the department, participants, scholars, good afternoon to all of you. I would like to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Majikumari, who is taken seat in the last row. She is from Nirmala College, where she is studying the self-financing department of English. I would like to congratulate the entire organizing team under the captaincy of Dr. Nagaraj on having carefully chosen the resource persons and not giving them any clue about the specific topics to be dealt with during this two-day conference, but still nobody has repeated the themes and topics so far. And till yesterday, till I listened to Dr. Chakravarti, I thought I could share with you something about theory. But then after I listened to him, you spoke about the post-postmodernist theory. I thought I shouldn't repeat, otherwise I wanted to talk about post-humanism and transhumanism as a theoretical lens to interpret literature. So people, resource persons, since yesterday have focused their attention on literature, literary theory. This morning we had a scholarly talk on history. And therefore I thought that being explained in terms of one of the early seminal texts that young college literature student had written. Now we classify it as a part of English literature, Indian writing in English. And another key word is a changing world, as highlighted by our professor and head, Dr. Nagaraj. So continue with this stream now. I thought that I could share with you how the English language has changed with the changing times. Okay, so I thought I could focus for another 10 minutes on how the English language has changed. You all know that language is not static. Language is always a dynamic and responsive to what's happening around it. Okay, so as I yesterday observed, times are changing, world is changing, we are also changing the world. We are being influenced by so many factors, and as much as languages are also. So the English language has also been influenced by various playing in our lives. Okay, there are a number of paradoxes surrounding the English language vis-a-vis Indian users of English. So number one, English was a language of an island. When English started as a career, it is a career journey. During the 5th century, it was a language of an island, small island called Britain Island. English never would have thought that it would have spread its tentacles throughout the globe. So it was a small language. It was not even a language of an independent nation. It was a language of a small island country called Britain. And now what is the position of English? Now it has become a world language. It has journeyed from the language of an island, small island called Britain, which was occupied by a few Germanic tribal peoples. Now it has become a world language. And tomorrow, we see the symptoms of English becoming Englishes. Now we call world Englishes. I think that the due course of time, within your lifetime, maybe another 50 years, we'll be talking about, we'll be writing in, we will no longer be wedded to either British English or American English or Australian English. We won't be using language of the center. We'll be celebrating language of the margins. So far now we are talking about Indian writing in English, but we are not talking about Indian English. And we have to reimagine English as Indian English. As Dr. Senthilnathan referred to yesterday, that some of our Indian expressions are globally recognized, and what we consider, what English teachers consider a deviation, what we say this is wrong, is being used and celebrated, recognized by the other native speakers. He said McDonald's advertisement, I am loving it. Usually we teach that there are certain verbs which are not to be used in progressive tense forms. So I love it, I love you, I like you. We can say I am loving you, I am liking you. These words are not used to be, this cupboard doesn't open, we say it is not opening. The door doesn't open, it is not opening. So as you remember the poem written by Dizzy Ezekiel, a poem written in very Indian English, I don't remember in the 60s. Goodbye Potty Miss Pushpa, another Soap is another poem. The quarrel between the shopkeeper and the fellow who comes to, very interesting whereas things have changed. Now we are proud of using Indian English. Okay, so gone are the days when Anita Desai used to give footnotes to all Indian expressions for the sake of non-Indians to read her novels. But now you have the present day young adult writers, freely they code mix with the Hindi or Indian languages. As a result, non-Indians cannot read Indian writing English now, unless otherwise they become familiar with, they join some Baiju, some online courses to understand what is Indian English, and then they can start, Arvind Adiya and all those writers, young writers, because they write an English that has already evolved. So my understanding is that in future, there will be several distinct dialects of English which would have emerged as national languages. So that's point number one. Language of the island has become the world language, and it might become different languages in the future. Point number two, English was a colonized language. This language that started in the small island was itself colonized by first Latin, and then for about 500 years by French. So it was a colonized language. But now what has happened? It has become a colonizing language. It is colonizing the entire world. Now we don't use the word colonize, but we use the word imperialism. Okay, invisibly, we are being ruled by the rest of the world is being ruled by the West. No more colonization, but there's so much of imperialism. And English is right now is the language, the colonizing force, or what we call in economic terms, globalizing language. English is the means of globalization. Starting from 1992, when India joined by signing GATT agreement, now we became party to what is called LPG, liberalization, privatization, and globalization. So there are two views about globalization, and people who are against globalization continue to look at English as only as a colonial language. It is not a colonial language, but it's a colonizing language. So in Tamil they say globalization, ulagamaya madal, ulagamaya makudal. It's both in transitive and intransitive form, passive voice and active voice. Some invisible force is globalizing. Anyhow, whether it is active or passive, the means of globalizing is taking place only through the English language. So it's a colonizing language, it's a globalizing language. And future, I believe that it will become the most dominant language. The spread of English, again it is used in passive and ELT literature, whether English is spreads or English is spread. We have got what is called pull and push theory. Whether America or people with the vested interest push English towards other countries, or these countries are pulling English to their side. So push and pull theory is being developed, and it's all started with Raja Rammohan Roy asking for English to be introduced, English education. So now they say the English was imposed on us and we begged for English. There are two theories. We asked for English, then when English was introduced. Okay, even before 1835, Lord Macaulay in 1835, as Dr. Prabha referred to, the first college to introduce English as a course of study is Hindu College, which was started in 1817. So we willingly, we wanted English to be with us. Okay, so colonized language is now a colonizing language. In the future, it might become the most dominant language. The more we resist English, more it might flourish. Okay, so that is number two. Number three, it was a national language. In the course of time, to become the language of England. So it became a national language. Now we are struggling for declaring Tamil as a national language. But years ago, 1,000 years ago, English had already become a national language. Okay, but then national language had to do a lot of sacrifice in order to become, now it has become an international language. Okay, if your language wants to become international, then it has to lose its nationality. If you say it's a national language, then it has to be used only within your boundaries, whether it is imaginary boundaries or it is a physical or political or religious or cultural boundaries. If you want something to go international, it had to shed its inclination to be confined to one particular nation. English was so magnanimous. English was so magnanimous that it sheds its image as a national language, so that now it has become an international language. I always say, following the article that was published in 1992, ownership of English, that was published in H.H. Widdowson wrote that article, published in TCL Quarterly Journal in 1992, ownership of English. Who is the owner of English? We talk about native variety, non-native variety and all. Who is the owner of English, I always say that English is the Poromboka language. English is a language for which no one can apply for patta. No one can claim that it is my language. English is ours as long as we use it. We not only use English for day-to-day communication, but we have demonstrated to the world that we can use English for highest purpose, that is called writing literature. So we have won several awards defeating the native speaker writers. So national language has become now the international language. Again, 1992 book called Globish by Robert McCrum. Globish. Glow of a global, east of English, put together, he has given the title Globish. So now it is the Globish, it's the language of, it is the globe. My understanding is that, my prediction that English might become the language of cosmos. It is going to, it might happen. Okay, it might become the language of cosmos. And number four, as I told you that it was a colonial language. So even now some of the political parties now look at English as a badge of colonialism. And that has been clearly reflected in NEP 2020. I come to that point a little later. So it was seen as a language of colonization. But now English is seen as a language of modernization. The dress that we wear, that we are wearing, it's not a symbol of westernization, it's a modernization. To be modern is everyone's right. To be modern is not the prerogative of the West only. The rest of the world can be as modernized as the so-called Western countries. So English was a language of colonization, but now it has become a language of modernization. Once language becomes, because of modernization, there is a lot of shift. You can see that. 50 years ago, English was a language of engineers, but now English is a language of mechanics. It was the language of agricultural scientists. Now it is the language of ordinary agricultural coolies. There is not even a small patch of land within India where English is not used or heard without knowing that they are mixing up their speeches. They are code mixing or code switching with the English language. So it has become no longer do doctors use English. Doctors alone use English. Even compounders are using English. We have created lots and lots of new expressions. No, we say nerds. We don't say nerds, that accent, we don't say nerds, but we have Indianized it. We say nurse. And we have given a gender also. We say Narasamma. We don't say Narasaya. So nerds means feminine gender. No, women alone can be nerds. But government is talking about male nerds and female nerds. But Indians don't accept it. If you are to be a nerd, then you are to be a woman. Then what about male nerds? We got a nomenclature, compounder. Women cannot be compounders. Only men alone can be compounders. Teacher. These things don't find Oxford dictionary. But in our dictionary, in India, teacher means women. You ask any little fellow from a village, how many teachers in your school? And we have 3 teachers and 1 sir. Male cannot be a teacher. Male is a sir and female only can be teachers. This is all our... oh, you come alone for the wedding. How about your family? Family kuttu varala? Family means wife. Family kodam serimilla. Family means wife, So we have created new idioms. No, English dictionary doesn't recognize prepone. When you say postpone, why can't be prepone? Indian users of English are more logical than these native speakers. But if you say that, we will also this, So we say the classes can be advanced, we say, but students say that can you prepone the class that somebody is on leave. So this colonial language has become modernizing language, and future, I think English would be the most democratized language. English was opposed and resisted by politicians in the parliament when we became independent, and Nehru, the first prime minister, said, if you are going to allow English to be continued in India, free India, there is one more problem. India was facing lots and lots of problems. This English language will divide people into English knowing people and people who don't know English. So we have caste division, class division, economic division. Why should I have one more devil here? So let us not have English he appealed. But then now what has happened, as I told you that now that everybody learning, you got more number of English medium schools. You got more number of schools on a street than toilets, public toilets. Where is like a mushroom growth, In Western English, they call it massification. English education, India is made a mass education. English is now for the masses, not for the classes. Macaulay is talk about 2 classes, whereas English is a minute. But now that English is meant for the masses, not for the classes. Okay. So number 5, English. We wanted English to be taught because we wanted to talk to the British people, administrators. But colonizers didn't want us to talk to them in English because we are inferior. You cannot talk to us in English. You continue to speak your language only. You are made for being clerks in East India Company. So you have to take only the copies. You keep on taking 3 copies of each document, which will be shipped to on different dates to London. So you are only a clerk. How can you? I am a colonizer. I am a master. I am an administrator. I am superior. No, you are uncivil fellow. How can you talk to us? So spoken English was never taught. This is the origin of how spoken English, written English were neglected in Indian curriculum. Even now, many English teachers cannot tolerate students talking in good English. Because as long as students don't speak English, no teachers feel happy. Then we also make it an investment. So colonizers never wanted us to know. Because you say that, then eventually they found out. There is no distinction between, there is no honorific you in English. In Tamil, ni, ningal. In English you don't know, only you. But the Tamil fellows, when they were talking in pidgin English, they always meant you. You means ni. In the course of they found out the Dubashis, those who were bilinguals, no, translating that, no, these Adimayal they were referring to in the singular, not an honorific term. So if you talk in English now and you say you don't understand whether you meant நீ or நீங்கள் கண்டுபிடிக்க முடியாது வந்து தமிழ்ல கண்டுபிடிச்சிடலாம் வந்து. So when we wanted English to be taught, they taught us English literature. As Prabha rightly quoted, reference, you know, that they introduced English literature because we were barbarians. We were uncivilized fellows. If you want to be civilized, first read our literature. If you want to know what is aesthetic pleasure, you all lots and lots of immoral references, sex in Indian Tamil literatures. So this audience cannot read this local literature. They must read English literature, English history, English philosophy. Rajaram Mohan Rai also started asking for that type of stuff. So you know that Orientalist versus Anglicist problem. So English was introduced to us as a subject. We asked for English as a language, but they taught us English as a subject. Okay, now what happened? Nobody is, now, as Chakravarti yesterday said, nobody is interested in learning English literature. We are not able to defend ourselves teaching English literature because younger generation, now there is a shift in their perception. What is the use? What's the use of writing a paper? What is the use of attending a conference? What's the use of studying BA literature? What is the outcome? What is the outcome? So now everything is gauged by utility. Okay, so what was introduced as a subject has become a skilled subject now. Now I want to learn English as a skill. Anyone can learn any skill. It is not reserved for one particular class of people. English as a skill can be taught to the entire masses. So English as a subject has become now English as a skill, and future I believe that language, as Kantapura, introduction to Kantapura, Raja Rao has envisaged, English might become language of our emotions. Now, as on now, we don't express our emotions in English. We don't have our dreams in English. Some English medium guys, may express their emotions in English. But by and large, Indian users of English are not matured enough to express their feelings in, because that is something connected with our mother tongue. Okay, so this is almost like maintaining relation between Professor Krishnaswamy or my Professor Seifel used to say that you must maintain a delicate balance between wife and mother-in-law, wife and mother. After you get married, you have this existential dilemma. If you are so close to your wife, your mother feels hurt. If you continue to be close to your mother, wife also hurts. So you have to make a delicate balance. You have to make. Dr. Kasi is happily nodding his head because now his mother is with him right now. So he used to say. Dr. Krishnaswamy used to say that English can coexist with any Indian language, but no two Indian languages can coexist with each other. Tamil and Malayalam cannot coexist for a long time, whereas Tamil and English can coexist. Hindi and Tamil cannot coexist for a long time, because who is superior, who is inferior? English we have accepted. Okay, so English has become now, it's a matter of future now, it will become matter of language of a means of expression of emotions. Okay, and yesterday English was a literary language. When English literature was introduced, when you asked for English, literary language was influenced. That's why the erstwhile English or the past generations of English professors, their English was so artistic. Almost like they behaved, they wrote, they spoke as if they were all distant cousins of Shakespeare and Milton. That kind of kinship they had established, because the language English that was introduced to us yesterday was poetic. Tamil continues to be poetic. That's the reason Tamil is not to be employed in day-to-day affair. Because any language that becomes popular, any language that becomes expression of science and philosophical ideas has to be good at the prose. And English in the course of time, what happened, it has now become the global language, a language of international language, so on, because English prose is very, very strong. Tamil poetry is very, very strong. If you want to give a complaint to police station, if you want police to file an FIR, it can't be written in poetic Tamil. She has to do it only in prose Tamil. Why we say that? No, I always say that Tamil is the oldest language, no dispute about it. But then people learn English not for its seniority. That's all academic politics. A language is valued, a language. Because English appears to be useful to everyone. Tamil is the oldest language, but can it replace English? No, it is not possible. Main reason is that Tamil has to develop its prose form. Very little, no. And future, I think that we'll be using critical prose. Now you have little critical prose, now what is called literary theory. 50 years ago we had criticism, but both criticism and now theory are being treated as a subaltern subjects. Because they are written in a language which we don't understand. They are a hindrance to appreciating literature, enjoying literature. So we always maintain literary theory criticism with reverence. We maintain a critical distance from these subjects. But that is written in critical prose. I have read at least 50 times before I started giving explanation. They say, Gayatri Chakravarti, can subaltern speak? Till she comes to the end and she doesn't say whether can or cannot. It is your inference. And Homi Baba is a hard nut to break. Derrida, when they started writing, no, they had a determination of not being properly understood by, and Lacan says that misunderstanding is the starting form of proper understanding. So all of us have to start understanding literary theoretical discourses only by misunderstanding. If you misunderstand, you are right on the path to become understandable to these regions. Okay, so that is literary language. Now it has become a language of science and technology. It is a language of STEM. Now NEP says that regional languages must be the medium of instruction, even IITs. That I come to the point little. Now future, it has now, we see now, English is the language of AI now. AI happens to be more powerful, more capable than ENI, natural intelligence. So we cannot question it. Okay, so number 8, English started its career journey as a language of inner circle. From 500 to 1500, it was spoken as a mother tongue. We call inner circle countries. And now it is, is used as an outer circle language. Okay, what is called English as a second language. First one, English is a mother tongue. Now English is used in all those countries which were colonized by or imperialist by the American influence or British influence. And now there is another area called, according to Kachuri's scheme. So in the future, I believe that English would be the language that is to be used in all countries. After 193 countries enlisted in the UNO, plus 2, Palestine and Rome, out of 193 countries, 67 countries are using English as an official associate language. A day will come that this language will be adopted by all countries in the world because it is a language of survival. Okay? And finally, English was a ruling class language. That's why we all opposed when we became independent. But now it has become the language of educated. Now people say, if you talk in English, you are an educated person. English and intelligence, unfortunately, being equated now. If you talk in English, you are an intelligent person. If you talk in Hindi or Tamil, nalla pesran, English knowledge adava illa. English is, associated with not ruling class now. Now ruling class politicians cannot speak English. But educated people, language of collectors, language of officers, IPS officers, everything now is that English. I think in the future, it will be no longer language of educated, it will become language of common man. Everyone will be having access to this particular language. So friends, I take just a couple of minutes now to pose you a few questions that are staring at us. How long can we depend on English for our development? In the name of development, we continue to use English. And how long can we depend on teaching English literature in what is the relevance of teaching English literature now in 21st century? Is it teaching of literature, does teaching of literature amount to perpetuation of colonialism? It's an open question that I am posing before you. And what is our response to NEP 2020? Tamil Nadu is one of the very few states which is opposing. I think the the party which is ruling union government may have few more terms, I believe. Writing on the wall is very clear. So, what is our response to NEP 2020? Because NEP 2020 says we can teach English as a language for communication, not English to be used as a medium of instruction even in IITs and IIMs central universities, and all higher educated. In Tamil Nadu, Tamil must be the language. So good. Somewhere we have to start. If that is going to be implemented, what would be happen to us? The small minority of people know that. Even within Tamil Nadu, already no prejudice is being created against us. A few years ago, I happened to be talking to a police officer. So naturally, I thought he's a police officer, he knows English, no. And he didn't allow me after a few sentences. Sir, Tamil theriyado? Neenga Madurai than irukeenga. So they make us feel guilty about. I wrote an article for World Tamil Conference that was hosted in Coimbatore some 10 years ago. My article was rejected, saying that you are highly critical of Tamil, that too you have written in English. But the very same article is written by an American linguist and they accept it. See, the internal colonization. So on the one hand, they make us feel guilty that now we must all be glorifying, celebrating, using only the Tamil language. So what would be the predicament of, now when they say that English should not be used as a medium of instruction because of NEP 2020, don't you think that a day will come that they will stop even offering a BA and MA studies in India? What is relevant? If such a scenario happens, now what are we going to do it? Number 3, how long can we spend our precious time on doing research only on, this is only provocative, only on literature? If we take 20 scholars in Bharathiar University English department, supposing 20-25 scholars, how many scholars are doing research on the English language teaching? Linguistics for that matter. In terms of pedagogy, in terms of material, men and methods, who will give us a solution to the problem that we are facing now? For example, many students stopped reading. I think audience is here. They stopped reading text. So this is my problem. When my students don't read literature, what is the solution? So you cannot look forward to Cambridge and Oxford universities to give us some books to solve local problems. So we have to spend a lot of time on, as much time as we spend on doing research on literature, we must do it on language also, because India is the largest consumer country of the English language. Okay, we have been doing a lot of research in literature. Are we producing globally ranked, globally recognized quality thesis? Chota countries like Singapore and Malaysia do not recognize PhD in English from Indian universities. Last week, a resource person from Malaysia came to, she's a good friend of mine. I'll be meeting this month also. So he said, ma'am, we are sending our thesis to you, but we don't receive any thesis from your university, your country. Not only me, when my family cycle, I have never heard. Then said, doctor, no university from India is found within first 100 in the ranking list. UPM, University Putra, Malaysia has got a standard that external examinations can be chosen from only those institutions which are figured in the first 100. With all so much of money being spent on IIT, even IIT doesn't come under. So where are we? Okay, so we have to do a lot of research. Government is talking about a relevant research. Okay, so socially relevant research, we should undertake. So what is our stand on yield in research? I posted some questions, and as far as literature is concerned, we have to do a lot of research on pedagogy. We spend a lot of time on pedagogy of language, but not literature. We have still wedded to the outdated, outmoded way of explicating the text in the class. And teachers always behave and pretend that they know much more than, these days Google is a better teacher. Google can anytime now they give any kind of, now I think chat GPT and other AI tools that Karthikeyan was introducing yesterday. So we have heightened that we focused our attention, research attention on the pedagogy of English literature, the teaching, testing, assessment, learning, in all those areas now we have to do research, not simply taking 3 or 4 novels and writing 3 chapters and putting on introduction and conclusion, then submitting. Once it's hardbound, and we sent to our only friends, and somehow no. So if you read the instruction given in the Scopus, for inclusion of journal in Scopus, they say that what is the return rate of the articles for your journal? If you receive 25 articles, how many articles have been rejected? They are asking return. Now we are talking about written article. Okay, we don't get even an article, but they say how many articles have been returned to the, rejected to the, They say how many articles have you done it, So I think that somewhere now within English studies, we are compromised with the quality of pedagogy. It's right time that because I follow my teacher followed her teacher. So not much serious research has gone into the pedagogy of English literature. Okay, finally, I would like to focus my attention on what is the outcome. Now we are talking about OBE. I think Professor like Nagarajan, since he is at the helm of affairs, university officials, NAC, NARF, and all accrediting agencies are putting a lot of pressure on the departments to talk about OBE. And the first department to resist OBE concept is English department and Tamil department, literature department. When OBE was introduced after signing the international agreement, when it was expected from technical institute like Anna University, they also opposed, STEM also opposed. But when it was extended to arts and science colleges, they say that you explicitly state no, by reading, teaching this poem for 50 minutes, at the end of the day, what would be the outcome of the students? You write it. Don't say aesthetically all bad words. Appreciating bad word, tangible, measurable, then we become jittery. And when academic agencies are talking about interface between academia and industry, again we become increasingly irrelevant. So friends, as Dr. Karthikeyan said that if we are not going to deliver to the next generation of learners, we will become more and more irrelevant. Yeah. Writing on the wall is very clear. I don't know about the Coimbatore area. The rest of the area, throughout the Tamil Nadu, admissions in BA English literature, MA literature have gone down drastically. Several self-financing colleges have closed down even Dr. Karthikeyan from National College yesterday from Trichy, he said he has got 12 people in first MA and 4 people or 6 people in second MA. Something like that he was giving a number. Okay. You are a better performing department, institution, therefore, number is not a problem in Bharathiar University. But what would happen after 5 years or 10 years, we don't know. Most of the colleges, we used to receive 600 applications for 16 seats for a year, decades together. And then we introduced another section in American college. Again, we received about 16 applications, we conduct entrance and no. But now we are begging, seats go up begging. We got 3 sections of BA English. Now all sections can put together, you can have only 1 section. So writing on the very wall is very clear. For example, we are not producing, our university or college English major education does not produce competent English teachers for schools. I went to Dindigul years ago. He said, please suggest one of our old students for, we'll give 20,000 rupees. I'm talking about some 15 years ago. So we don't want any candidate with a first class at distinction. Some English candidate who is capable of speaking English. See, our assessment, their assessment of us. So there is no point in carrying a mark sheet which says that you got 80% in spoken English or literary terms and theory and all. But ultimately, what are you capable of doing? What are the skills that you are equipped with? Thank you very much, friends, for this opportunity. I thank the organizer, particularly Dr. Nagarajan, have given me the multiple roles for doing this two-day conference. Thank you very much.
It was such a splendid symposium, sir. Thank you for diluting all of us into the session by disseminating information, related facts on English language, which was like really elucidative and attentive. The floor is now open for discussions, or if you have any queries, you can shoot.
Good afternoon, sir. If the instruction is in a vernacular language, what will happen with reference to Indian scenario?
We continue to use English as language of instruction. We call it language medium of instruction. MY. Medium of instruction teacher is doing. Students are not instructing, students are learning. That's why many universities now allow students except the language department to write their language, their answers in bilingual, either local language or no. If you go to North India, they write only in Hindi. Many English literature classes are conducted only in Hindi. People who go there as NAC peer review members, they say when they go to even Mumbai, Mufsil areas, English literature is taught only in, there is an infamous guide being published from Madurai. I don't want to mention the guide. Because students go to a guide. There now you have on left page you have original Shakespeare and right side diluted Shakespeare. Here you say Anthony, here you say Andoni. That's why people, they do understand. Okay, so the question is that now we continue to use English because we say that India is a multilingual country. There is no one, China, Japan, where there is only one language and therefore that line can be used. Whereas Tamil Nadu is India is concerned, now each state has its own language. If you are going to adopt local languages as a medium of instruction, what would happen? You are asking, that is the question. NEP 2020 is very clear. Teach English as a language of communication. Let them use English to talk about mathematics, physics or chemistry, communication. But we are teaching English for literary communication. In English, part 2 English, no? We are talking about literary communication. They say you teach English to botany students between 8 and 9, or 9 o'clock when they go to botany classes, the English that you taught should help them to talk about botany there. So if a student can't use English, then what is the use of learning English? So we might think that if every state is going to use a local language as a medium of instruction, what would happen? Nothing would happen. Students would have a stronger understanding of what they have learned. Because you are teaching English a language of communication. They will use English to communicate with others. So learning English as a language of communication is not at all a problem. But language of instruction is being questioned by politicians and policy makers. So in my understanding is nothing is going to happen. Nothing adversely affect our students. Yeah, job opportunities, no, you can't manage with Hindi or, no. But if I ask yourself, how many of your students, so far you have produced, have gone abroad? We cross the bridge when you come to it. Be a Roman when you are Rome. When I get a chance to Australia, first 6 months I will suffer, then I will pick up. So it's not at all an issue. 1 month I was shuttling between England and Scotland in the month of May 2023. I had a chance to present a paper at the University of Oxford. Just 2-day conference, I spent 28 days there, traveling extensively. And I happened to be watching 2 little kids, very small kids. I think they are brothers, I don't know. They were playing in a park, public park. And then gate was closed. I was standing outside the park. I was curious to know how these 2 kids will come out of the park. Indian children behave, kids are kids everywhere. So what they know, they got a uni wheel cycle also. So the big fellow I think must be doing a grade 2 or 3. With a lot of effort, you took that cycle and threw across the gate. Then he started climbing over the gate. And his little brother also started following him. I was just looking at them. And the older fellow looking at me, he said, why this fellow looking at me? No? He said, something wrong with me. That little fellow thought that something wrong with me. So he asked me the question which I didn't understand, sir, because I couldn't follow his accent. Must be Scottish accent, I believe. It happened in Edinburgh, public park. I understand later only stupidly, and I thought, oh my God. Now, he asked me, for which I said, I am from India. And he was perplexed. He was totally confused. What he would have asked me, I guessed it little later, realized that, are you okay? Are you okay? In the Bible. Are you okay? Something wrong with you? Why are you staring at us? So that is what you would have known. You can get now. No, I am not a British national. I am from India. So that you would not have heard the word India even. So, are you okay? Well, I think you are interested in the phonetics, that a diphthong is alien to our Indian languages, So, are you okay? Are you UK? So, but one of my old students is working there as a MBA fellow. He speaks so fluently that no. Perhaps he said, sir, same problem, sir. You taught me English, but that English did not help me here. I came here, I stayed here, I suffered, I learned in the course of time. Launching pad. No, he said it's useless. You taught me Milton on in blindness. I never saw such a scenario in England street. So that's what I'm saying. We teach English as a subject. They are expecting it as a skill. That we didn't do it, but he did not suffer. He managed it within 6 months. I can also manage, I can talk to the little fellows after 6 months. My point is, those who want to, this is England. What would happen if you go to Australia? You can't teach Australian English. Default English, American English. Do you teach American English in your class? We are so slavish. We are so colonial in our mind, our curriculum teaches, we mark it round off. We say that not C-O-L-O-U, C-O-L-O-R, U is missing. Because unconsciously in our DNA, we have British English. We don't teach British English, but students are using American English. We don't teach American English, we teach British English, but students are fluently, consciously using Indian English. Yes or no? So we need not use as a difference. India is a multilingual country. What would happen if I am going to switch over from English to local languages, except English literature, Tamil literature? Otherwise, nothing wrong. Students understanding of sciences, economics, social sciences will be deeper. Somehow, English has not become a language of socialization. It is there at workplace, it is there in colleges. English is not heard, I think Coimbatore is better than Madurai. Otherwise, English is not heard in public spaces. They can't use English for day-to-day transactions. Okay? If they speak English all the time, they will look at you. Chennai fellows, they will say that, I am from Chennai. I am from Chennai. Chennai. So the educated people wanted to keep themselves aloof from the rest of the community by using English as a defense in favor of them and against those fellows who are not able to use English. So you teach economics in Tamil, teach economics in Hindi, teach Urdu or Odisha, they will have a better understanding of, At the same time, they will also be learning from you English as a medium of communication. They will be able to say inflation in English, they will also understand the equivalents when they are taught in local languages also. Thank you.
Does anyone have further questions? So everyone are asked to disperse for lunch and get back by 2 in the same venue. three. Friends, your attention please. Sai Govardhan Jagdishwaran, are you here? Renena Suman, are you here? Friends, please maintain silence.
What time will this begin?
Friends, please maintain silence. The guest speaker has arrived. Sir, am I audible, sir? Good afternoon, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Am I audible? Hello? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
You are audible.
Shall we start the session, sir?
Good afternoon, sir. Shall we start the session? Sir, am I audible? Excuse me, sir. Am I audible to you?
Yes, you are.
Shall we start the session, sir?
Sure.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are in the final plenary session for the international conference. It is with immense honor and deep gratitude that we extend our warmest welcome to our esteemed faculty, Dr. Vinod Kumar, Assistant Professor in the Department of English and Foreign Languages at Bharathiar University. In recognition of his exemplary dedication to academia and pedagogy, he was conferred with the prestigious Best Faculty Award 2020 by GMRAF on February 29, 2020, a testament to his unwavering commitment to excellence in education. With delight and profound respect, I now take this privilege to invite our esteemed Professor Dr. Vinod Kumar to introduce Dr. G. Bhaskaran. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, dignitaries of the dais and scholars and students. Before I introduce afternoon session's resource person, I would like to thank our professor and head, Dr. P. Nagaraj, and organizing secretary of this 2 days international conference, Dr. Kasirajan, for giving me this opportunity. And it's my great honor and privilege to introduce today's afternoon resource person, Dr. G. Bhaskaran, sir. I have pleasure to introduce him for two reasons. One is he is my professor, my mentor, and my guide. And also he is a well-wisher of me to talk about his career activities. He has more than 2 decades of experience as a professor, and he has guided more than 50 PhD scholars and around 100 MPhil scholars, and he has published more number of books, articles in national, international forums, and he is a board member of many universities and colleges in and around India, and he has a long profile to read, but due to time constraint, I am not able to tell a lot of things about Dr. G. Bhaskaran, sir. At the same time, we don't want to give more introductions about Dr. Bhaskaran, sir, because he is regular persons to come our department for participating all the activities happen in our department. That's why we don't want to give this much more introductions about Dr. Bhaskaran, sir. And it's my great pleasure to welcome you, sir. And definitely, just now you have completed your lunch, stomach full of food, and you are going to have that mind full of knowledge through Dr. Bhaskaran sir's speech. So I hope that you will get this one more feast through Dr. Bhaskaran sir's speech. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Now I request Bhaskaran sir to deliver a speech. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Vinod. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are.
Yes, sir, you are.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Hello?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Yes. Thank you so much. So really, this is something, an interesting arena that I have got, today. I missed, the opportunity of, coming over there due to some personal as well as confidential work at Chennai. I moved to Chennai and from there, from here I am just, visualizing, people are there. And this is also, very relevant, to the topic of today deliberations there at the Bharathiar University. At this juncture, my thanks, are to Professor Nagarajan, my classmates, Professor John Sekhar, Professor Chakravarti is also there, I believe. My student children, Professor Vinod, Professor Kasirajan, my friends are there, Professor David, Professor Pattanavar, and all my colleagues, distinguished resource persons, scholar children, student children. Excellent afternoon to all of you. So the way, that this has been planned is really, very good and then excellent contribution, that is due to Dr. Bhaskaran. Friend, I should thank him, personally at this juncture. So suddenly, he called me around 10 o'clock in the morning, asked me, to come over there, online at least. I said yes. And this is actually, the culture, that we are evolving, in today's situation. Our educational needs, the contemporary educational needs are also so, right? So technology has come. Media has been doing, both good as well as, bad. I don't blame, media. And I shouldn't, blame my children also. You are good. And so knowingly or unknowingly, right, we accept so many things. One is, the culture. You remember all, I believe, 2020, Nobel laureate, Louis, a lady. Louis, right, Louis. She has actually, got the award due to her personal, private and societal contribution, right. She's a poet, she's also a feminist, she's an essayist, columnist, and 20 plus, right. When you read, what actually comes to your knowledge is, autobiography. Her personal, right. And her personal, is a blending of a pain as well as, a trauma. The pain, that she experiences, in herself. The trauma, that is getting into her mind. The trauma, that seeing, people suffering. Both, that in a way acted, very strong. As a result, that she was able to deliberate, through her poetry, the culture, the individual life, the societal situation, survival situation, And all deliberations, have taken place due to the language, the desire. Actually, Nobel, is awarded due to only one concept, right? The ideal message, right? IDEAL, right? The ideal message. So through language, through, what you can think, is something, yourself. And when you are thinking about yourself, right, the pain undergone by Louis, the Nobel laureate, that is 2020, the pain, that we are also experiencing, today. Maybe the nearby suddenly disappeared, right. You remember, Gaza, 4 days back, they started evacuating, the debris, removing, the debris. Around 10,000 and odd bodies, are lying there, right. Around 10,000 human bodies are lying there beneath the debris, right. And when you unearth, you come across, bones or deceased human bodies. Very rarely, that you come across, worms. And all this, 10,000 and odd, or something, telling, a story, right? A tale of two cities, a tale of, Gaza. And this tale, is permanently, fixed in history. And we don't trust, today the historians, right? I'm sorry, I'm not, that, finding fault with the historians, no. That is not, that my desire, my aim, no. They are doing, but we all get into what is it called interdisciplinary studies or multidisciplinary studies, like. And we also become, indisciplined. We're getting into all subjects. The real, the quantum, of our study, is missing, right. So this is actually, the way, that studies are getting, right, getting into. The trauma studies or the memory studies or illness studies. Something, that you are clubbing, all subjects, right. All domains are your domain, becoming, individual's domain, like. Sometimes, the poets, poets like Louis, they become, historians, right. The historian, may not find space enough, to, resources. As a result, creative artists, they become excellent historians, right. They document, there in their poetry. The war is actually, documented. We apply, what is it called, new historicism, and then we suspect, the perception, there in real history. At this juncture, I should tell, you, Ramila Thapur, the well-renowned historian, a professor, by profession, a writer. Now, actually, it is becoming, a critical thing. She reviewed her own textbooks, right, volume 1 and 2 Indian history. When she was actually in university, she published, 2 of these volumes, very seminal book, and I actually made use of those 2 volumes, for my own research, right. And now, she is critical of her own writing, right. These are the spaces, that I documented, my personal. A historian openly, saying this is somehow a reward, a honor, like. And when they document, this history, what are the other things, that are coming in, right. the rulers' perception, the political leaders, perception, their roles, the people who involved in the war, the people, who lost their life, the people who lost their life, with double quotes due to the loss of, a soldier's life. And we all read, such things, right? To which, you need, what is it called, a habit like, It is not, a practice, but application of your mind and thinking in order to extract, what is it called, the life, at the time. The life, I mean to say, the culture, right, lifestyle, the culture of the period, right. So we all, taught by excellent teachers, right. So I'm deliberately using, excellent teachers. Why? Because, we experience, such a situation in classrooms, earlier. Nowadays, I began, telling, he is doing, a fine job, right. It all depends on individual's hands, to locate, the good, leaving, the bad. I'm read of one more interesting story, right. It's not, that anymore. In order to make you understand, what I'm telling, a sculpture or a stone image maker, right. Presentation that this will be, very easy to grasp. That's why we were given, a stone, right. A stone. I'm telling, that it is not actually structured one, no. Something like a stone, was given, and after a few days, that he has given, a fulfilled image, right. And the passerby, they start commenting on that, it is beautiful, what you have done is, really beautiful. Politely, very, very humbly, right, the sculptor, says, what I have done is, I removed all those unwanted things, there, and now it becomes, a beautiful statue. This is what actually, the media is also like. We'll have to take, all those good, right, removing all those bad. The bad also, just becoming known to you. That is also there. But whatever it is, that is small digression, I'm sorry. So this is the way, right, the writing, is also, made. A creative artist, just after collecting, do you like people, they collect, the source. Without a source, nothing can be done. Very simply, right, they get into, the creative process, compiling, one by one, adding one by one. After that, they read, remove, again unwanted things, and then make it, proper to the readers. So readers were beneficiaries, right? The previous year, 2019, one hand was given, the Nobel Prize for literature, and he has recorded, the war. He has recorded, the war. And the language, written is, something Serbian language, right? And the language written, is something, different, and no translator, no translator, came forward to translate such words. That is special for their own native people, If it is written in Tamil, people known, Tamil language, right, they alone can enjoy it. If it reaches, the global audience, it is through. So the 2019 Nobel laureate, failed to impress, the global audience because the translation hasn't been done much, right. And less known, right, lesser known author, right, lesser known author, that 2019 Nobel laureate. And today, literature, is actually extending not only, a creative artist, personal, secret, or something, relationships, or something, right, the pain, the trauma, right. Beyond which, that you are also getting into a space, even the creative artists, fail to recognize, fail to understand, right? You children, you people, you scholar, gathered here, can easily observe something, unique is also visible to your eyes, right? Which you don't have, right? Which you don't have. And I told you that my classmates, are there, right? Only recently, I got, that the information, one of the visitors, to Bharathiar University told me, right, your friends are, there. And certainly, that ambience, that domain, is very interesting space, right? Where different, children, from different states, are admitted, and they understand, something, and the readers and the listeners, they are, expecting, more like. I understand, right? That's why, they are given, that space, right? And this is what actually a creative artist, need also. The writers, that they choose, and what actually, the demand, of those readers. Accordingly, they devise or they create, what is it called, a structure, or even, they choose, the genre, proper. Chetan Bharat, right, purely, that he had in mind, the select audience, right, a group of people, right. This is just like, the followers, that we use, in Facebook as well as, WhatsApp and Instagram spaces. I have 4,000, 5,000 followers, like. And Bharat, Chetan Bharat, has a group of audience. They expect, what is it called, a narration, a deliberation, or an event of, making something, to such people, right? They expect, from him. And that's why, his writings, right? I may not, name all those things, there, but I'm having, some information. I'm creating, a base, and after that, right, I'm getting into what is it called in today's situation. It is something, revitalizing, the cultural identity, right? And also at the same time, that we are having the ancient heritage, right? This is what actually, the thing, that is much discussed in contemporary educational situation. Both in the NEP, the National Education Policy. I'm sorry that I'll have to tell, something about it. Nothing, deliberate, it is coming to me, right, when I see you people, right, through this technology. So India is something, a country holding Indian cultural and traditional practice. So this is, this cannot be, easily forgotten. This cannot be, ignored, easily. As we, the living, components, of the country, right, experience very well. Same time, the other group, right, the intellectual group, a creative group, right, what they do is, they concentrate much on this innumerable and rich sorry, some technical issue, I'm sorry. And yes, the creative artists, they just, get hold of, these components, this innumerable and things, writers. And once you get into their zone and you see yourself, you start adapt, right? Suppose you have, that risk, and you pass on, the comment, or you give due recognition, to the creative artist. You take it to, someone else. Same way, right? When something, foreign also gets into your vicinity, you apply, the same way of, entertaining, those components. The cultural as well as, the traditional practices. I told you something about, the Gaza. In today's newspaper, you got, the headlines, like about 10,000 and odd, human bodies, lie beneath the debris, right? So Killedy is, the right example, right? Now, government, is spending enormous amount, to recultivate, all those hidden agenda, This is also, something, going back, that rich tradition and culture, right? And why, this attempt, is made, right? And it is coming in writing, in the form of, what is it called, essays, documents. It is not creative. But those are also, soundly helping, soundly, extended, what is it called? A culture, right? You check, right? Where you were, once. Not doesn't mean, you directly, generations, back. Your great forefathers or grandfathers, right? They lived in a time, what actually, was the culture, what was actually the heritage, and now, where are you? Make an attempt of, 2,000-year-old, rich heritage or culture, right, of the postmodern culture, now you do have it. This attempt, is something, possible when you read, documents, when you read, a poem, when you read, a short story. Small short stories, that is, the flash fiction, is getting into a literary situation, right? Flash fiction. Small short stories, that you make. Just like, mother gave a chocolate to her daughter and asked her son not to reveal this to her brother, right? This is something, a very small flash fiction, like. This gives an opportunity, to identify, the writer in you, You simply, change, the characters. You become, a creative artist. And you are also, part of, delivering, the culture idea, in you. So you create, something, a space, and the language, right? The language. As I told you, the Nobel laureates, they have, what is it called, a language? Ideal, right? No, it should be, accepted, right? When you are taken to a confused situation, I'm sorry that I have to tell something about, the present day theoretical backing, that you have. So many people, that you cite, right? So when I started research, right, existentialism, was in, maybe, Professor John Sager here, remember, we were taught in classroom, right, there at St. College, about existentialism, right. Jean-Paul Sartre, right. A very small book, very thin book, that I happened to get it, from the library there, and I started reading. I found it interesting, and I started, applying, that theory, there in a text, Anita Desai's, novels. So that was, something, a new beginning, that to me in my life, and I started getting into different, literary domains. But today, where are we? Where we stand, right? Inevitable, right? I cannot say no to a scholar who gets into my fold, right? Coming with, trauma studies, memory studies, or something, that a philosophical reading of, select texts. Even Chetan Bhagat, right, when the first 3 or 4 novels, were published, I told one of my scholars, what is there, for research. And they proved. So something, interesting, is there, right? I know, right? Come on, you do it. So this is the way, that we share, the shoulders, that is responsibilities, and then we start encouraging, children. So the culture, gets into new spaces. And we also hold, something, so many, right? So many. In single person, right, you have so many. Of course, you keep, the negative life inside by accepting, all those cultures, right, from outside. How come, that is possible? When you observe, something, when you read something, when you watch something, when you listen to someone, all these are, something, getting into you. So all these skills, that allow you to accept, to agree with, and naturally, that you start travel, in a new highway, right, wherein you don't have anything, in front, right. All those things, that you start observing, right. It is not, the road not taken off, Robert Frost, where you come across, so many, things, so many unwanted sources. So here is, something, well, carry, right? Wanted to carry this. You feel like, that you take and everything, that you can cover yourself, right? That's beautiful, the entire global situation, yes. And what is not, essential, everything, is something essential. Because it is postmodern. I should know something about mathematics. I should know something about physics, chemistry. I cannot ignore, all disciplines, This is the way, that is, we are growing, in the present, in the present day situation. 4 decades back, it was so, but today, that is not completely like you say. But today, situation, you need to travel with, right? You need to travel with. But we should be cautious, right? We should be cautious. Cautious enough to take, to experience, and then to live with. Right? This is the way, that you'll have to decide, things. So India is, a country holding innumerable and rich cultural and traditional practices. It is also a treasure house of culture. And what type of culture, Impeccable culture, right? Virtuous tradition. And it is a rich heritage, right? Rich heritage that roofed innumerable residents from all over the world, right? So we go out and then we take. Same way, the others, within double quotes, they also get in and then take away. Who is not there, our great thinkers, our philosophers, they are all there, Swami Vivekananda is there, Tagore is there, right? Recent thinkers, they are also there. And they go and then make it, everything live there, right? The diaspora has changed, everything. The Indian diaspora, strongly available in all European, Middle East, right? They make it, live there. And Trump, is holding, the Eastern ideology, very strong, right? You read, you understand it. Today, wherein the term, Hinduism, is used, right? You read the argument, right? Very interesting, right? The close FBI, is FBI director, first time, an Indian, totally away from, the whites. This is something, the change, right? This is possible, right? When this is possible, why not, yes, literature, is accompanying, all cultures, right? All cultures from all disciplines, despite, the differences. Despite, the differences, they all, go together, right? Interestingly, maybe that I am given 15 to 30 minutes, right? But I think that I have gone beyond. The outcome of modern Indian situation, right? Education, seems to be a painful paradox. Paradox, devising student community, right here, most of you Indian students as mere imitators, and not, that main thinkers, just as Emerson has remarked, once on the independence of American scholars. To mark the beginning of real independence, and the real uniqueness, in education, apart from the modern perception, educational practices are to be, revised. Right. Now, this is something, bit deviation, that I'm making, from the theme, today, there in the conference. Bit, that is the beginning of, real independence and the real uniqueness, in education, apart from the modern outlook, right? Education ought to be revised, incorporating, the diverse cultural and the traditional heritage, of a country, right? Particularly, in Indian situation, right? All creative artists, right, today. So I'm sorry, that I'm not, telling anything, anyone, very particular, right from Koru that, to present day situation. You have, innumerable writers, right? Even Narayana Murthy's, wife, right? She writes, right? Crossing, 70 plus, right? She writes for the young audience, the present day generation, right? The present day kids, right? 90 kids and 2000, 2K kids, right? She writes, for such elusive, exclusive, audience, because the grasping, tendency, is more than in need. The grasping, right? So what should be, that given? Indian knowledge system, right? Indian knowledge system. So here is God's splendid. Why should why should, we look first? Here is, God's splendid. The roots, give the learners the strength to accommodate both the training, educational training, and the behavioral attitudes. So this is actually, I want to share with you. Thank you so much, Dr. Balakrishnan and the team English, there in Bharathiar University. I thought, that I missed, but I fulfilled, now. This is a simple message, that I want to convey, and to you, the roots, give the learners the strength, to accommodate both the training, educational training, and the behavioral attitudes. Right? So, based on the connotation of tuning the educational ambivalence that exists in the current educational systems, various educational thinkers have fruitfully devised NEP to show, the transformative vision of, integrating traditional Indian values and modern educational values. Right? It is just with, right, educational, modern educational values. So what actually, is reflecting, this modern educational value? Nothing but literature. So the text, that you are holding, I know that so many of you are holding, something in your sweet palms, right? Not that smartphone, no. I'm telling you, the real printed form books, right? So when you read, so my humble suggestion, at this podium, is go in for, real printed, books. Real printed, matters. Even the media, right? Print media, is something, interesting. You say, that everything is available in PDF form. No. There is no life there, right? Nothing, live there. I'm sure, that 100% sure, a teacher can't be, easily replaced, right? There in classrooms. Today's, world, is just, going towards, such a situation. So my request, is, without, a classroom, without a teacher in a classroom, right, it is something, a vacuum like. I'm not, blaming, anyone, keeping in mind, the thing, but I'm telling, open. So in a classroom, right, something, is deliberated, very seriously, or cross references, are given. When I was taught, apology for poetry, that lie, is something, that is explained by my own teachers, right, poetry is full of, lies. Gazans, attacked. So what is there, right? So poetry is, now standing, above, all those things, philosophy and history, right? We stay. Same poetry, is now coming, in different form. Autobiography as poetry. So very soon, right, everyone's autobiography, is something, poetry like. So it is not, coming in the order, as such, a sentence. So poetry is, given in figurative language, where metaphors are there, similes are there, rhyme, rhythm, everything, is there. So with that alone, right, we can understand, the reality. Reality, is something, fused with, unreal. A fact is, designed, by fictitious values. Doesn't mean, that fact is remote. No. Fact, comes to your eyes, more easily. So a culture, is coming so easily because, it is given in a mixed form, mixed form. That's why, the language, plays a role, there. So the theme, is like today. I think, that yesterday as well as, today morning might have listened people, right? Really, my friend delivered, might have friend. Prabhakar, was there in the morning, I heard. But might have done, a very serious role, by appearing in person. I'm sorry that I missed my stand, there in person. I feel I'm sorry for it. And this, I should thank the organizers, the team English there at Bharathiar, my classmates, right, Professor Chakravarti and Professor John Shekhar, and all other my young colleagues, there in Bharathiar University, the participants from various colleges, from various states. I thank, everyone, for your passive listening. I also thank, the organizer, one of the co-organizer, here, Dr. Balakrishnan, for giving a nice opportunity for sharing, my views on the theme, today. Everybody will success, and at this juncture, I thank, the people, behind the scene. Thank you so much. My humble pranams, everyone there.
Thank you, sir. We extend our heartfelt gratitude for joining us virtually and delivering an insightful lecture. We truly appreciate your time and expertise. Thank you, sir. Do anyone have any questions you can ask?
Participants, do you have any questions? Okay. Okay, so you can wind up the session. Thank you so much, sir, for giving a wonderful lecture. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. You can leave the meeting, sir.
Thank you so much.
Hello everyone, maintain silence please.
Dr. Rohan Savarimoto, are you in the meeting? Sir, are we audible? Please respond.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Yes, sir. Dr. J.S. Rohan Savarimoto, Head, Department of Information Technology and Senior Lecturer in English, Department of Languages and Communication Studies, Trincomalee campus of the Eastern University of Sri Lanka. He will deliver us with a special address. Dr. Rohan Savarimoto, over to you.
Dr. Rohan? Dr. Rohan, can you hear us? Dr. Rohan? Can you hear us? Could you please start your speech?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So, my dear, let me just.
Dr. Rohan, we can hear you, but we are not able to see
My
you.
dear Professor Dr. P. Nagaraj, Head of the Department, and Professor Dr. Rupa Gunasilan, Professor Dr. M. Krishnarajan, Dr. M. Chakravarti, and my dear teacher, my dear Professor Dr. J. John Shaker. Greetings from Sri Lanka. I'm really happy to be here next to you, and I've been enjoying listening to your speeches for the last 2 days, and I hope my talk will be of a little validity, of little use to you. Anyway, where there are great minds gathered, I'm just a small person. And then, reimagining English literature, language, culture in a changing world. And this topic, reimagining English language, literature, and culture in a changing world, is very, very pivotal. But I was really troubled with the word reimagining. As if already our imagination has gone wrong. The organizers of the international conference want us to reimagine. The changing world is a continuum which has to be given a serious consideration, since language and literature mirror the world, and we have come to a conclusion that the world is changing. Culture which is the basic foothold of any society, is always on a constant shift or move, where one holds on to their tradition without shifting or modifying their tradition in accordance to the changing scenario. That is, when acculturation does not happen, conflict arises where the dominant culture will replace the weaker culture. So, this has already happened in the conflict of civilizations between the Aryans and Dravidians, a cultural hegemon took place. At this juncture in our history, we are in a totally different place. That was first. At present, there is a difference between the word culture and the word world, which was not there earlier, since by world we mean the scientific advancement that are invented to sophisticate our life world, which in the process all the cultures that we practice redundant, and in the process new ones are installed, which are steered by the capitalist society. Please remember that. You are given all things on your fingertips, on your palm tops. Who are you giving? Who is controlling? The capital. The world that is around us is changing as never before. But towards the worst, when we are acting in hope, in good hope, that the change, man is surrounded by insecurity as never felt before. We hear war looming above our heads. Even the personal space has dwindled to greater extent, where our own inventions have started to think instead of us, and man is threatened. Man's very existence has become a question, and meaning is a far-sought idea to be identified, leading towards a crisis. When the future is bleak, where machines have more skill than us, can the future be pleasant to all of us? Will we be able to witness new writers in flesh and blood? Will we have chance to read lines that are written with blood, as what Friedrich Nietzsche calls? Will we have thinkers and writers who will talk to us in aphorisms? A question to be asked at this juncture. I live to. Let me reveal to you a shocking truth, where the future generation is heading in Sri Lanka, and hope it is not the same in India with you. Our learners, even though lend their ears to the lectures in the class, they have forgotten the habit of taking down notes, since they have sophisticated apps that record the voice and transfer them into scripts. The learners have stopped reading since they have become more exam-oriented and thus tend to study only before the examination, which shows that they do not have any time to dedicate in reading. And so, trust in generating answers from AI. Now this is what was happening from this semester. From this semester examinations, I was able to read answer scripts that were generated by AI, because there were so many blunders and mistakes in order to study for examinations. And most of the answers thus generated are not 100% accurate, let me tell you that. Now, in the name of these tech games of AI, we are only misusing it for writing assignments and preparing answers. This may look time-saving, but let me warn you that we are going to produce a new kind of generation that does not know to live without these tech gadgets. A generation that does not know how to think without these tech gadgets. A generation that has totally forgotten even to think. At this juncture, most of us are still talking and researching on eco-studies, existentialism, postmodernism, etc. I was listening to all the speeches yesterday. But if clearly seen, our study is more of a desk work and is not part and parcel of our life. Existentialism has got nothing to do with us. Postmodernism has not been a cup of our bread and butter. Eco-studies, we are never worried. We in the southern worlds, particularly South Asia, should start to talk about problems that we are undergoing. The power crisis, the food crisis, the changes that is happening around us, rather than talking about Western theories, taking the Occidental-born isms and problems into our life. Let Europe have its problems, and Europe should remember that Europe's problems are not the world's problems. So our problems are particular to our society and the global crisis that is pushed on us too. But remember, we are knocking the wrong door to seek for answers. We are seeking answers from the perpetrators of the problems. There is so much of problems around us because of consumerism, because of capitalist societies, because of so-called Marxism, which again followed the same industrial mode like the capitalist. So, they created the problems. Why should we seek answers from them? Will we be able to find answers or suggestions, let alone solutions? Now, these insecurities, the problems that you come across, that have been pushed down to us, has started to influence our mode of thinking, even in literary studies. It is good to know our isms and other parts of the world, but then it will be a crime only when you are not aware of the isms of your own world, of your own tradition, of your own culture. Therefore, if I am right, I can peddle forth the idea that in order to decipher the text at hand, we need to turn to other fields of study globally. Do not be fooled by the corporates and the capitalists that whatever is seen on Google or any other app is valid and being put up there since you are cared for. When the case is so, we need to revert back to the older days where we have to read the original source and not the summary. But will it be possible in future? It is a big question. In literature, there arises a conflict and a kind of solution at the end, or maybe a suggestion for the reader, and we still are being led these captives to think on their line. We are still discouraged to use the theories of people like René Girard. You know, René Girard is a very old person, but none of us are familiar with René Girard. Why? Because the publishers don't want you to know, because the people who use the publishers don't want you to think in that line. Oh, look at the father of our nation, the father of Indian nation, Mahatma Gandhi. Now, if someone is to figure out some Gandhian, modus operandi to identify a conflict and to predict and then to solve, he died. So, we need to lend ears so that we can decipher the ways in which conflicts build up, even in an undergraduate class. So even if we are talking about, let's say, A Tale of Two Cities or Animal Farm or any novel, why can't we analyze the conflict in that novel, in that prose piece, from a Gandhian perspective? Why should we always opt the Occident? What is expected is to go in line with thinkers like hello, someone muted me just now, I don't know. So what is expected is to go in line with thinkers like Derrida or Harold Bloom, etc. But remember that even Derrida has become a part of the main culture. Being disco would view these as reactionary. Thus, there is a need for each one of us to explain and decipher the text at hand from lessons that have had birth in our nation, in our own culture, in our own nation. I had few chances to visit Kerala, and let me tell you, even when they are using is of Westerners side by side, they are also very much thinking, or they are using their own Malayalam thinkers. Have you ever willed to use Periyar into our text literature? Have you ever to use our great thinkers like Bharathiar or Bharathiar alongside these isms, these Occidentalisms? Now, our roots and being for past cannot be forgiven, since when forgotten, there will only be of one another. The acculturation will not take place. Now, we are still by Marxism, by essentialism, by hermeneutics. But in the process found out, long before the text, came in existence in modernisms that are being talked about were already there in our culture and our literature and our religious traditions. And you need to link the similarities between the Occidental ones and say how ours is different from them. The question is that why do we not dare to make a difference? By at least citing the thought process that existed in our own land. I leave it open to decide. But let me tell you, the world is like this for their own problems. More than that, many Occidentals are looking towards India for patterning their lives instead of following the consumer-driven culture. I don't know whether you are aware or not. I know people who still do not use mobile phones. I know who have, but will switch it on 30 in the morning, and it will be on until 11:30 for 1 hour, and then it's again switched off. And they use it in the evening for 1 hour, that's it. The quality of freedom is great, but we don't have such problems. We don't have problems about individuality. We don't have problems about individual freedom. For us, it is just like a child who is playing with all the tech gadgets. So we are just behaving like children playing with toys. When the case is so, shouldn't our research at least side by side give a comparison of the same idea that was available in our soil, so that we can redeem our traditional culture? Only when our classrooms begin to echo with dialogues of our own culture, the listeners will get into a comparative analysis, since that the other part is already provided by the fast-moving corporates, and a true acculturization will happen where there might occur an identity crisis and it might get solved. Otherwise, let me warn you that there will be times even to read our own literature with the lens of a diaspora, since our root, lost and willfully negated by us creating a rudderless society. We may walk to what we read diaspora literature, or all for that will become a part and parcel of our own lives in our own soil. The most important question that one needs to ask at this juncture is that, why do we do literature? Not why do we study, why do we do literature? There will be many answers, but what is the most appropriate one? What is the actual bare truth? Let us, but who can just be counted and Bachelor of Arts degree program after their admission. We have through this phase, and at present we have developed a love for literature, but why we do literature? It is a political AI is taking over everything. Can teachers outsmart AI, or are we supposed to outsmart AI? That's the big question that each one of us has to answer. Even though theoretically we are entering into blue studies, humor studies, and etc., what one needs to ask is that, are they relevant to our soil? Or are we just doing academic exercise? Let me give you a beautiful example. People come for ecology or eco-literature green studies conference in their motor car, even traveling in airplanes, where tires is decorated with bottled water and the break time is served with packed Milo or bottled yogurt shots in air-conditioned halls, talking about saving the ecosystem. Don't you think this is a farce? The sponsors are the capitalists who are on the ecologists believe that we need to plant saplings in order to plaster what they have torn down. Isn't this a devil's advocacy? Since our actually louder than us, for we teach subjects that we do not believe. We teach them just as a mere academic exercise. And the students do learn just for the sake of marks. And when the information technology provides them with all scopes in short-cutting or short-circuiting their efforts and pains towards greater gain, what can be the future of English language, our literature, our culture? For example, on English, you need not learn Chinese to travel to China or to live in China. The gadget that you hold in your hand has provided apps where you can talk into it and it'll translate whatever you said in your own language into Chinese. Where is the need to learn a new language? And who doesn't want to learn new languages and skills? Now, who is behind all this scheming? Who doesn't want us to develop our skills? What is their motive? They want a generation that has forgotten to think. They want a generation that is having lack of skills on their own. They want living human beings as machines. Command is given and the command is carried out. They want such human beings. This started with Macaulay's education. Am I right? He wanted to create a class of society that is Indian in color but British in taste, who could act as the in-between between the local masses and the British imperial rulers. Such a class is being technically shaped again by the capitalist. Literature has been surviving all these years, starting from its inception, where it was a religious activity in the beginning, and then the religion was stripped out of it and it became more secular, giving meaning and hope. But now it is ripped out of the humanness by becoming much more mechanistic due to the involvement of AI and etc. and all kinds of things. Now, this lamentation is not reactionary. Since AI cannot be equated to a typewriter or a computer, which only sophisticated human effort and not thinking, I can equate this phase of literature to the following comparisons made by Michel Foucault. I hope most of you are aware of Michel Foucault. Now, Michel Foucault saw that in the earlier age, man believed that the world was deemed to be a divine spirit authored for man to read, where words resembled things and things resembled words. Then the relationship between the word and the things shifted from resemblance to representation. I hope if you are a Christian, now you will be able to understand the difference between the Roman Catholics and the Protestants. In the Roman Catholic Church, when the priest says, "This is the body of Christ," by holding the bread, and by taking the cup of wine, "This is the blood of Christ," according to the Roman Catholics, once it is said, the thing simply resembles the word. The bread becomes the body, the wine becomes the blood. But then for Protestants, they will say, Protestants like people from CSI or Methodist or all those churches that are not that are not Roman Catholic in origin, or Eastern Catholics or Syrian rites or whatever you may call them. Now for them, they will say, no, even when in the church, when they say this is the body of Christ, this is not actually the body of Christ. It is only a representation of the body of Christ. When the priest takes a cup of wine and says, "This is the blood of Christ," the Protestants say, no, it is still wine. It is only a representation. It is only representative of the blood of Christ. So I hope if you are, you can understand now. In this phase, there emerges a gap between words and things. So earlier, word was the thing. Now, word was not that thing. It only represents that thing. Then this representation was replaced by self-reference. Words do not refer to things. There are no correlation between the two. So words are arbitrary. So you have all those, linguists like Zazu, psychologists like Shakla Khan and all those people. Thus, words function neither as symbols nor as signs. but simply has self-referential discourse of a transcendental human subject with itself. Words reflect the human subject to himself. Now, in the words of Paul Ricoeur, the text opens up a space for the reader to live and to know himself. As a reader, you can never know the text, you can never comprehend the text fully. What you know, what you comprehend, is yourself in the light of the text. What happened here was that man became both the subject and object of his own knowledge. But now, human subject is itself a limited conscious subject. It is limited to laws, it is subjected to laws, which are not of his own choice or making, creating a demise of man. Now, the same thing can be further extended to our own topic of language, literature, and culture. I've just shortly explained the lengthy discussion of Michel Foucault, but then isn't this isn't his reasoning much valid today when language, literature, and culture is taken into consideration? We can call all of these as texts, but then we have created something not out of the choice of each one of us, but we have become subject to its laws. And at the end, demise of thinking, demise of art, of and demise of producing literature will all take place at the same time. Since visual arts is replacing, due to the highly driven silver screen consumer culture, writers will find it hard to deliver what they feel in order to survive in this market driven world. Now, when everything is political, language and literature also becomes political, and now it has been made easy for the controllers to shape the way in which each person is to think to. I think this is a time where we need to turn towards alternative experiments that have been going on around us. I don't know whether you people in Tamil Nadu are aware of a group of people who have been living among us called the Mayvali Chale. Their homes are still not electrified. They don't use slippers. They don't use electricity. They don't use modern gadgets. They don't use televisions. They don't use radios. Yet they survive besides us. They study in the same schools and the colleges and universities that we are studying. Or are you aware of the Amish communities? Or are you aware of the Quakers, those who work for peace? Now, we as teachers need to show our students, we as researchers need to show the readers these alternatives that are going on side by side this consumer driven culture, not in competition with it, but simply, silently, they are leading their lives peacefully. And we have to bring in a kind of an awareness that all of us need not take part in this rat race of consumer driven, economic driven culture. Since in future, even the artists will be in control of the capitalist through their arm of AI, we need to tell, we need to show, we need to be the voices of these alternatives. I don't know how many of you are aware of Tannir Palli Ashram in Trichy, where a friend of C.S. Lewis, Reverend Father Bede Griffith from England, came all the way down to Trichy in a shore of a river, because I visited the place when I was a very small boy. He converted Christianity into an Oriental religion kind of a thing. So he was a man who was wearing kavi. He had prayers only under the tree. He was a guru, and all of us had to sit under his feet. Why aren't such experiments even encouraged by these churches? To think very carefully. Criticism, experimenting has been going around us, but we are shutting our eyes to all these things and are only directing our so called critiquing skills towards textbooks, desk works. So, earlier art was used as a surrogate for reality, but now things are shifting, since even that art has become a threatening space, a threatening aspect in earning profits. The voices of dissent will become a long lost dream in future. What are we going to do? What is our teaching, our research activities going to do? Are we going to still follow the Occidental mode? Let this be an answer at this international conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for making us understand that we need to preserve our creativity despite of all the developments in AI and technology today, and for covering topics from not succumbing to Western canon of literature and criticism, and also incorporating like local culture into mainstream literature. Thank you for the wonderful session, sir. So you may leave the meeting. Thank you. Friends, we have a short tea break, and if you have any offline presentations to take care of, please go assemble in the 2 classes there, if anybody of you are here. Thank you, sir. People who are present in the online meeting, you may take a short break until we gather again for the online presentations. Thank you. Friends who are there in the online meeting, if you have your online presentations scheduled, I'm sure you would have a separate group for it. You will be sent the link in that group. You can join the link from there. You may leave the meeting now and do that. Thank you. Friends, welcome back. Seems like you've never left, but yeah, welcome back. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone, and welcome back. I hope you feel refreshed after the teas and snacks that we had. We are back for the online presentations of day 2 of this international conference by Bharathiar University's Department of English and Foreign Languages and the BODHI International Journal. And the chairperson for this session is Dr. Kuhali Mondal, Assistant Professor of English, Nandalal Ghosh, BT College, West Bengal. And I will be now handing over the session to Rashyapriya.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, sir. Am I audible, sir? Am I audible, ma'am?
Yeah, you're audible. You can continue, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Can we start the session, ma'am?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Now, I would like to invite Manan Vaishnav, PG student, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, to present on her topic.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, let me just quickly share my screen. Okay, great. Okay, so I'm Manan Vaishnav from the Center for English Studies, and my paper is titled A Path to Nonviolent Agreements, a study of the sphere of quote-unquote understanding language and its role in dismantling the cycle of violence. The essay Critique of Violence by the German philosopher and cultural critic Walter Benjamin is a seminal work in understanding the inherent violent mechanism underpinning law and legal order. In the opening pages, Benjamin asserts that the discourse surrounding the use of violence in establishing law and legal order in a civilized society closely parallels the classical debate of whether the ends justify the means. Historically, law and violence have been inextricably intertwined, hence making it difficult for us to disentangle them when envisioning an ideal civil society. Benjamin argues that law functions as a mechanism of restriction, arresting its subject in a confined space, and if a subject defines the law and acts differently, they are met with what state categorizes as punishment, what Benjamin reframes as quote-unquote sanctioned violence. This retaliatory practice by law is executed with the help of institutions such as police, military, and courts. These institutions operate under the authority of law and are obliged to enforce the commands of higher legal authority to maintain order and uphold the legal framework. Since every solution proposed by the state is ultimately grounded in violence, this raises critical questions about the feasibility of achieving non-violence in such a framework. Benjamin elaborates, and I quote, "A totally non-violent resolution of conflicts can never lead to legal contract. For the latter, however peacefully it may have been entered into by the parties, leads finally to possible violence," unquote. This observation is particularly relevant to legal contracts, which inherently rely on the state's authority to enforce them. Benjamin raises doubts as to whether true justice can be realized within a framework that permits such an exercise of force or coercion to implement legal agreements. He also expresses skepticism regarding the state's involvement in legal contracts, which are, by their very nature, private and personal. The approach that appears most nonviolent in decision-making and conflict resolution, even if it is ultimately classified as violence, it prompts the question as to what alternative remains. Benjamin himself raises this question, and I quote, is any nonviolent resolution of conflict possible? To which he responds, without doubt, further elaborating that nonviolent agreement is possible wherever a civilized outlook allows the use of unalloyed means of agreements, unquote. Benjamin asserts that nonviolent resolution is achievable, but only when the unalloyed means are employed to reach and sustain the agreement. According to him, an agreement can genuinely be nonviolent only if none of the parties involved are resorting to any type of force or coercion, either in the process of establishing the agreement or in its maintenance. After much consideration, he concludes, and I quote, there is a sphere of agreement, of human agreement, that is non-violent to the extent that it is wholly inaccessible to violence, the proper sphere of quote-unquote understanding language. He asserts that there is a way in which non-violent resolutions of conflicts are possible in the realm of understanding language. In this space, violence has no meaning, as the process relies on the inherent power of language to foster meaningful dialogue and develop mutual understanding towards achieving just ends. The tools of language that enable such non-violent agreements include reason, persuasion, mutual comprehension, and active communication, all of which by their very nature stand in direct opposition to violence. Benjamin further suggests that diplomacy also serves as a practical mechanism for achieving non-violent communication by prioritizing negotiations over absolute objectives. Diplomacy emphasizes dialogue and cooperation instead of force. However, in current times, he emphasizes these practices, by practices he means diplomatic practices, have become superficial and seem to fall short of their actual goals. The reduction of actual noteworthy diplomatic interactions and he condemns the ones that have come to become mere rituals. These rituals or formalities detract from the practice of diplomacy, its original intent of fostering true understanding and achieving a peaceful resolution. Here's another essay titled On Language as Such and on the Language of Men. He offers deeper insights into his ideas on language and its function. Here he develops theories with regards to the relationship between the language and the world. According to him, following the fall of men, the pure human language became corrupted and lost its direct connection to the divine. Language transitioned from being a medium for expressing essence to one's primarily focused on the communication of information. In its original divine state, language did not employ violence to achieve its aims. However, this characteristic was lost with its disconnection from God. He conceptualizes the language as a pure expression of one's being, and it highlights its inherently nonviolent nature. Language, in this particular view, does not impose meaning on objects from an external source, but allows objects or beings to reveal their essence. He uses the example of Adam's act of naming animals in the Old Testament, that it is thus not an imposition, a command, or a dictation. Rather, it is an opening of a space, a generative act that allows meaning to emerge. This capacity of language to facilitate expression without coercion of force underscores why it aligns more closely with the category of non-violence compared to other human activities. Jacques Derrida, in his essay, Force of Law, the Mystical Foundation of Authority, builds on this Benjaminian ideas, particularly the relationship between law. Sure. So I won't be delving into this. These are the references that I've used, and my paper basically talks about the possibility of a space outside of the realms of violence and how the foundation of that space could be a potential to dismantle the whole cycle of violence itself. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Ma'am, if you have any questions, you can shoot it.
Yeah, the last person who was there.
Okay, ma'am. The participants.
Makan Vector.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, yes. So this was a theoretical paper, right?
Yeah, it is a philosophical paper.
Into theory, and you just picked on
I'm sorry, I did not hear it.
step up like part.
Okay.
So you have taken theories of this literary people, right? And you were speaking on that.
Yeah, I have picked up theories from Walter Benjamin and the essay by Jacques Derrida, and I'm interpreting the ideas of Walter Benjamin by using the essay by Derrida.
Oh, okay, fine. Next participant, please.
Yeah. The participants, we are lacking out of time, so please be short as you can and complete your presentation within time. Next, I would like to call upon Rupali Bahita, PG student, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, to present on her topic.
Hello everyone, am I audible? Hi, am I audible?
Yes, you are, ma'am.
Sure, I'll share my screen in Smarties. So I will directly dive into my presentation since there's already a time constraint. My presentation is basically a comparison of Urdu and English poetry, poetical forms of Urdu and English poetry. As we all know, the study of rhythm is called prosody. The rhythm known as tar in Urdu, in turn, is a measured flow of stressed and unstressed syllables, creating a pattern of sounds and silences. This pattern that the prosody yields is known as meter. Similarly, the prosody in Urdu poetry, Ibn Aruz, entails the study of rhythmic arrangements, yielding a bahar. A bahar, in that sense, is a rhythmic arrangement of syllables into lines. English prosody describes four types of meters, namely quantitative, accentual, syllabic, and accentual syllabic meter. A quantitative meter embodies a regular pattern of long and short syllables, while an accentual meter focuses more on the stresses and is made up of fixed number of syllables. A syllabic meter consists of fixed number of syllables, while an accentual syllabic meter focuses on both stresses and syllables. Urdu Bahar is, however, different than an English meter. There are numerous Bahar in Urdu poetry. However, 19 of them are the most commonly used. These 19 meters are cumulatively known as Bahuri Nazdagana and are a collection of feet. This ocean of Bahur is broadly divided into two, simple meter and compound meter. Simple meter consists of a similar foot all along, while a compound meter is a pattern created by two different feet. There are 8 standard feet in Urdu prosody, which will be discussed later. A compound meter is further subdivided into two, Salim and Muzahaf. A Salim is compounded of one or more 8 standard feet, while in a Muzahaf, these feet are affected by catalexis. A foot is the combination of syllables and stresses forming together the meter of a verse. A verse, in turn, is a line of poetry containing a certain number of feet. A verse is called a misra. An understanding of English foot becomes extremely necessary at this time as it will form the basis of an understanding of Urdu metrical complexities as well. A tilde will be used to denote an unstressed syllable, and an equal to mark will be used to denote a stressed syllable. A combination of two syllables forms a disyllabic foot. A combination of three syllables forms a trisyllabic foot, and so on. A combination of an unstressed and a stressed syllable simultaneously forms an iambic foot or an iamb, as you can see on the screen. A combination of these iambs will form an iambic meter. This combination of five iambs is known as iambic pentameter. Four such disyllabic feet can be made, namely dibrach, iamb, trochee, and spondy. Similarly, eight trisyllabic feet can be formed, which I won't name and are present on the screen. While English poetry focuses on the stress pattern, that is the wazn of syllables, Urdu poetry focuses on the length of the syllables. A short syllable is known as maksoor, while a long syllable is known as maftu. Although a number of combinations of syllables can be made, there are eight standard arkan in Urdu poetry. These are falun, similar to Bacchus in English poetry, falun, similar to amphimacer, mafalun, resembling Epitritus primus in English poetry, falatun, known as Epitritus secundus in Latin prosody, mustafalun, known as Epitritus tertius, Mafulato, called Epitritus quartus mufellatun, is a combination of iambus and anapest simultaneously, and mutafelan, a combination of anapest and iambus. An iambus is known as fal in Urdu prosody. The feet or arkan combine together to form a meter or beher, and meters combine to form a verse or misra. Two masari combined together form a sher, also known as bayat. Here is a शेर by John Elia. कौन इस घर की देखभाल करे रोज एक चीज टूट जाती है. These shades when combined together form a poetry, mostly a ghazal. Both the lines of a sher must be of same bahar. Bahar means meter. All ashar of a ghazal must be of the same bahar. The above mentioned sher consists of two masari. कौन इस घर की देखभाल करे and रोज एक चीज टूट जाती है. The bahar of the first misra will be falatun, mufalun, and falun, and that of the second misra will be falatun, mufalun, and falun. Although the bahar in both the masari is supposed to be similar, John the poet has taken some liberties with the last pair of the sher. The rhyme in English prosody is a repetition of syllables within a verse and majorly at the end of it. It is categorized into two, internal rhyme and end rhyme. Both end and internal rhymes can be perfect or imperfect. On the other hand, rhyme in Urdu prosody falls into two main divisions: rhyme proper, known as kafiya, and recurring words, radif. Rhyme proper can be compared to the internal rhyme in English prosody, and radif might be compared to the end rhyme, but rather directly it is the refrain. The literal meaning of radif is one who rides behind the other on the same horse, hence kafiya is always followed by radif. This radif can be a single word as well as a couple words. Since the end of a verse is made up of radif, the word directly preceding the refrain is the kafiya. It is hence necessary that the end syllables of a kafiya, haraf ravi, are similar, and even their vowel sound, that is the harkat, is also not alienated from the other. The rhyme scheme of a poetry is known as tartib. Take for an instance this शेर of John Elia. सारी दुनिया के गम हमारे हैं और सितम ये है कि हम तुम्हारे हैं. In this शेर है is radif, while हमारे and तुम्हारे are kafiya. These shades together form a stanza, and a group of stanza is termed as a poetry. The most prominent form of Urdu poetry is a ghazal. The ghazal begins with a special introductory sher called the matla. In the matla, both misras rhyme, that is, contain the radif and kafiya. A ghazal may or may not contain a radif, but a kafiya is a must. The second matla in a ghazal, if present, is known as matla sani. Alternatively, the last sher of a ghazal is known as a makta. The makta usually includes takhallus, the poet's nom de plume. Here's a ghazal by John Elia. तुम हकीकत नहीं हो हसरत हो जो मेरे ख्वाब में वो दौलत हो मैं तुम्हारे ही दम से जिंदा हूँ मर ही जाऊँ तुमसे फुर्सत हो. And I won't read it anymore because of the time constraint again, and I will just switch to the part where we discuss the rhyme scheme and everything of the poem. So the rhyme scheme or the tartib of the ghazal is AA, BA, C and DA and so on, as is visible on the screen. However, the takhallus is not present in the makta of the ghazal. One thing to note here is that the rhyming structure of a ghazal somewhat matches that of a ballet. Like in a ballet, following the rhyme scheme ABCB, the end rhyme of the first couplet matches the end rhyme of the second verse in the following couplets. There are exceptions to the rigid adherence of both the forms, but here is an example of a ballet following the traditional ballet meter. Again, I won't read the ballet, but you can see on the screen. I would read. Okay. In this poem, Old Lang Syne by Robert Burns, the sound of the end syllable "ein" is repeated across the poem in the alternate verses, which is almost the case in ghazals as well. The refrain "Old Lang Syne," like the radif, is also repeated at the end of every couplet. While ballads are longish narrative poems, ghazals have a defined length, including 15 shares at the max. Although in practice, ghazals' length has proved to be quite flexible. Like ballets, ghazals are also set to music or tarana. Uh, the themes of a ghazal are quite flexible too, accommodating the subject of
Please conclude.
subject of the poem. Yeah, I'm going towards that. The love for land to that of the love for a beloved. So there are several other forms of poetries that I have discussed in my paper, but due to the time refrain, I will not be able to discuss them here. But if this presentation was able to catch your slightest interest, then please give my paper a read. Thank you.
Nice one.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any questions from the participants?
Yes, the participants, if you have any questions, you can unmute and you can ask.
Okay, we move to the third presentation, that is Milli Janvi.
Okay, ma'am.
Please start your presentation.
The next person, Millie Janviet. Yeah, you are echoing actually. Can you please check your mic? And the participants, complete your presentation within 4 minutes because we are running out of time, and speak the major points and we'll wrap the session.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Complete the presentation as soon as possible, ma'am.
So I will present upon Darshan Design, who was a pioneering figure in Punjabi poetry. He redefined the poetic landscape by departing from the conventions of his time and speaking directly in the language of the common people. Hussain boldly chose to compose in the vernacular, making his poetry accessible to the masses. His work, crafted from the living experience of ordinary people, pulses with a vibrancy and immediacy that are both intimate and revolutionary. In an era when poetry was often confined to the elite, Hussein's adoption of the Kafi form became an act of rebellion, connecting the sacred and mundane, the spiritual and the personal. His metaphors, drawn from the everyday life, made his poetry a tool of defiance and an invitation for everyone, literate or not, to partake in the conversation. Hussein's work elevates the mundane to the divine and renders the divine startlingly human, challenging the prevailing notions of poetry as a medium reserved for scholarly few. This presentation explores how Hussein challenges the boundaries of gender, queerness, spirituality, and literary form, reimagining space for marginalized voice in both spiritual and literacy domains. When Shah Hussain emerged as a poet, the works of Sheikh Farid and Guru Nanak had already gained prominence. Both poets employed a different dialects of Punjabi, one that was literary and refined. Hussain, however, stands as the first Punjabi poet to use the vernacular language in his composition. His poetry renders the common tongue into a literary medium, weaving metaphors, similes, and analogies from the everyday life of ordinary people. Despite the relatively small number of poems recorded in the Kafi form, Hussein's poetic practice resists easy categorization. Naveed Alam, in his introduction to Hussein's translation, depicts the poet as a Punjabi Dionysus roaming the streets of Lahore in a drunken frenzy with fellow revelers, defying authority and baffling rulers like Akbar. Hussain gained a reputation as a rebellious Malamati fakir, a mystic who finds grace in his ignominy. His behavior parallels the self-degradation of figures like Jean Genet's protagonist in Our Lady of the Flowers, where she says, "I have placed myself lower than dirt." Despite his fame, there are no official records of Hussein's During Akbar reign and even Jahangir, Akbar's successor had a person, Bahar Khan, tasked with documenting Hussein's activities, although no record survives. Hussein's blending of his name with that of his beloved Madho and becoming known as Madholal Hussain speaks to a core principle of Sufism, the union of the lover and the beloved. This duality in his name challenges rigid categorization, elevating Hussain as a symbol of transcendent love and spiritual unity as well as queer love. In addition to his use of vernacular language, Shah Hussein's adoption of the Kafi form underscores his artistic intentions and broadens his audience. The Kafi, known for its stanzaic structure and folkloric theme, was accessible and easily memorized, making it an ideal medium for conveying mystical teaching to illiterate masses who relied on oral traditions. The first line of each kafi serves as a refrain or rahaho, which is repeated after every verse, creating a rhythmic and musical quality. The rhyme scheme varies, with some kafis following regular pattern while others employ much more flexible structure. Hussain often concludes his kafis with self-referential phrases such as Fakir Nimana or Fakir Senda, emphasizing humility and establishing moral equality between the poet and the listeners. At its core, the kafi is the dialogue between the discipline and the master, with the speaker often taking on the role of the lover, addressing the addressee, the beloved. Unlike the sapphic lyric, which invokes a divine or mystical figure to intervene on the supplicant's behalf, the kafi blurs the line between the divine and the temporal, merging spiritual and earthly love. This fusion allows for the expression of longing and separation, intertwining the sacred with the personal and the spiritual with the mundane. Shah Hussein's use of the female voice within the Kafi form adds an intriguing layer to his poetry. While God is often depicted as male in Sufi poetry, Hussain frequently employs a female narrator who addresses her female peers, discussing topics like dowries and the separation from her parental home upon marriage. The female voice becomes a vehicle for the expression of spiritual longing, offering a unique perspective on mythical themes. Shamin Abbas argues that while Sufi poetry is generally considered as a male genre, the feminine voice plays a central role in enhancing Sufi's kalam. The notion of the soul or the nafs as a feminine concept in classical Sufism further supports this interpretation. The nafs or lower soul is often symbolized as a female and progresses through various stages of self realization. Hussein's use of feminine voice in his kafis highlight the symbolic gendering of spiritual concepts and challenges conventional notions of gender role within religious and poetic traditions. Hussein's Malamati style humiliation reaches its apogee in the line, I'm the bitch at your doorstep in Kafi 5. His exultation in a disgraceful state is accentuated by the feminine noun. Imagine if he would said, I'm the dog at your doorstep. The feminization leads poignancy to the suffering and explains why the narrator of the Kafis is invariably female. The Kafi form itself has evolved over time, with later poets like Piro Parmar pushing its boundaries. Piro's Ek Saw Saat Sakhya Kafia reimagines the Kafi form, blending it with elements of the Kissa tradition to create a hybrid genre that redefines poetic form and function. This evolution demonstrates the fluidity of literary genre and highlights the dynamic relationship between tradition and innovation. Pirot's work, which incorporates a more personal narrative, challenges the traditional spiritual confines of the Kafi and queers the genre by making it a vehicle of self expression. To conclude, the Kafi form continues to thrive in contemporary settings, notably through platforms like Coke Studio, which have brought its theme for spiritual longing and mysticism to a global audience. However, this commercialization of the Kafi raises concern about the potential dilution of its original spiritual message. Despite this, the adaptability of the form, as seen as in performance by artists like Abida Parveen, ensure its continued relevance. The Kafi remains a living tradition, evolving with each generation while maintaining its connection to the spiritual and cultural heritage of South Asia. Its survival, despite commercialization, speaks to its enduring power as a site where the sacred and the popular, the tradition and the modern intersect. So that's the end of my presentation, and this is the bibliography about the papers and people I refer to.
Thank you, ma'am. Participants can shoot your questions. Ma'am, can we go to the next presentation?
The next presenter can start.
Okay. Next, I would call upon Arshri Rai, PG student, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, ma'am.
Hello everyone, I'm Archie from CSJNU. I'll be presenting my screen now. Just a minute, please.
Yes, ma'am. Complete your presentation within 3 minutes because we are running out of time. Yeah.
Yes. I'll be presenting on Choke Cherry Chains, the inheritance of trauma and stories etched in flesh in Toni Morrison's Beloved. To think from a woman's body is to think from the bodies of the generation that came before her. And when the narration is from the black female enslaved body, one can hear voices, screams cutting like knife through the branches of the past. Bell Hooks writes, marginality is much more than a site of deprivation. It is also a site of radical possibility, a space of resistance. Toni Morrison's magnum opus, Beloved, is a story of Setha's resistance more than it is... my slide isn't... Yeah. Beloved is a story of Setha's resistance more than it is of her freedom. It is the numonal embodiment of the extent of horrors of racism which makes the unfathomable the reality. It is the murder of a child by their own mother, but also the act of killing being higher than that of giving life. In the novel, her body emerges as both text and testament, a living archive etched in enduring scars of slavery. Through corporeal symbolism and historical resonance, the novel challenges the erasure of brutal past. The text in itself becomes the embodiment of a woman as it is divided into 28 unnumbered sections. The unnumbered and unnamed chapters in Beloved mirrors the historical erasure by experience of the enslaved black women whose identities and stories were systematically stripped, rendering them nameless within societal memory. This structural choice by Morrison evokes the silenced narratives of those who were denied recognition. Helene Sixo's concept of equator feminine or feminine writing invites a rereading of Setha's scarred body as a text that resists patriarchal and racial domination. In her essay, The Laugh of Medusa, Sixo argues that a woman's body, often policed and controlled by societal structures, possess a radical capacity for self-expression through their sheer materiality. Similarly, in Beloved, Setha's body speaks her experience when verbal narratives fall short. The scars on her back serve as a visceral reminder of what cannot be erased by time or assimilation into society's norms. The scar on Setha's back is one of the most important and prominent storytellers in the novel. The metaphorical choke cherry tree is a part of Setha's body, but at the same time an object of memory to be remembered by Setha, a subject of memory. A clear distinction between subject and object of memory is impossible here, as both belong to the same body. Additionally, critical race theorist Franz Fanon argued that the colonized bodies are marked as commodities, stripped of agency, designated only by their capacity for labor and suffering. Fanon's critique offers a parallel to Setha's back, which Morrison transforms into a narrative artifact, a reminder that a body's history resists the social erasure imposed upon it. There is a double oppression at work here. The intersectionality of race and gender claims that Setha's identity as a black woman enslaves her doubly within a system that exploits her body as a site of both labor and abuse. Quote, to be a black female was to be in double jeopardy, unquote. The various oppressive constructs of society emotionally and physically scar the woman in Toni Morrison's novel. Being sexually abused and racially discriminated against, these women continue to strive in society with their scars. J.M. Walkmeyer, in his article Literature of Marginality, says, and I quote, American blacks as well as Indian Dalits were the sons and daughters of darkness journeying through untold sorrows and sufferings, unquote. Mahashweta Devi's seminal work, Breast Stories, especially in the story of Draupadi, the protagonist Draupadi Mehajan, a tribal woman, is stripped and violated as a punishment for a rebellion. The female body in both works becomes a site of protest and a repository of generational trauma, echoing the personal and collective histories of marginalized communities. The breast is not a symbol in these stories. In Draupadi, what is represented as an erotic object transforms into an object of torture and revenge, where the lines between heterosexuality and gender violence begins to waver. In Beloved, this line not only wavers but gets destroyed in the beginning when the school teacher's nephew steals the milk of Seta. Her repeated assertion of the phrase, "they took my milk," almost like chanting, evokes a mythical imagery. According to the theorist Bell Hooks, the black female body, sexualized and racialized, serves to enforce the cultural narratives of inferiority and marginalization. Seta's milk stolen by white slaveholders represent a violation that transcends the physical. This is a theft of motherhood, bodily autonomy, and identity, further emphasizing that her body belongs more to the institution of slavery than to herself. She opened her dress and the baby's head lay on her breast, its mouth covering the tip of her nipple. This image is followed by Seta killing her own infant, a choice that tribal figures like La Giorna and Greek goddess Medea, who disrupts the maternal archetype and murders their own children to seek vengeance. More than vengeance, their actions are rooted in agency that Seta lacks. Seta's actions are rooted in historical realities of slavery, where death could sometimes be seen as an escape from an unimaginable suffering. The breast becomes an emblem of life and death, a site of nurturing and a marker of extreme measures that Seta is forced to take to protect her child. In Beloved, Toni Morrison calls body as the locus of both racial trauma and enduring resilience. Seta's back, marked by metaphorical choke cherry tree, becomes an enduring symbol in both the ways, in which slavery's brutality are not only inflicted upon the body, but are also inflicted upon the psyche of the collective memory of the oppressed. Morrison's portrayal of Seta's scar invites a reconsideration of the body as a repository of memory and history. Thus, the treatment of the black female body in Beloved engages with the broader discourse of the erasure of the black histories and identities. These are the works that I've used, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, ma'am. If someone have any questions, you can shoot.
Is there any question? Because Lakshmidhar, sir, you have raised your hand. You can ask your questions if you have any question.
Yeah.
Okay, next participant.
Okay, ma'am. Next, I would call upon Sida Sumaya Amrin, research scholar, Sri Padmavati Mahila Vishwavidyalayam, Tripadi, to present on her topic.
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. Today I'm going to present a paper on with the title of Getting the Purpose, Our Oppression and Identity in Catholic and Play Beyond Success. So this play is actually originally written in Malayalam, but it is translated in English by the writer, that is Kankama. It is edited and is also included in the anthology Staging Resistance, placed by Women in Translation by Vipin Mukherjee. So getting into the paper, Captain Tankama's play Beyond Facades critically examines the integrate dynamics of power, oppression, and identity through a multi-layered narrative that challenges societal norms and perspectives. The play deconstructs superficial appearances to reveal the deeper struggle faced by individuals marginalized due to their social, political, or religious affiliations. The play provocatively addresses issues of caste and societal divisions, particularly within the context of Kerala. Power manifests in the play through the authoritative figures and dominant structures that seek to control and define individual identities. It is wielded both overtly and absurdly, reinforcing hierarchy that sustain oppression. Oppression is depicted through the lived experiences of characters which struggle against systematic discrimination, rigid traditions, and ideological conflicts. This is shown in both the scenes of the play. In scene one, Mahabali, the noble king, was bettered by the gods. Mahabali, the king of Asuras, is a figure of unmatched generosity and justice in Indian mythology. His kingdom thrived under his leadership, and his people adored him for his fairness and devotion. But the gods, warned by their desire to maintain control over the universe, could not tolerate Bali's growing influence. His pity and power began to challenge their authority, especially as he performed a grand yajna that would have solidified his dominance over all the three worlds, earth, heaven, and netherlands. So in here, the gods suppressed Bali through their authority to maintain their dominance. Where Vishnu, in the form of Vamana, comes down and asked for a boon with 3 feet of land. As he grows in a form of grain, he keeps one leg on the earth, the other in the sky, and he asks the king Mahabali where to keep the third. He says, "Keep it on my head." And so he was oppressed by the gods itself. Similarly, in the scene too, we can see there is a character of Irfan. Is a college student. He identifies the focus of religion marginalization within the narrative. Irfan experiences as a Muslim also highlights societal attitude that devalues symbols like burqa as a sign of backwardness. Irfan's familial roots in Kerala significantly contribute to the narrative of illustrating the community's progress through economic marginalization to the Middle East amidst escalating social tensions and parallel transformation. The story of his grandfather grocery store emphasized how social issues and economic competitiveness shaped society and caused split. This situation unexpectedly transformed community councils into a focal point for addressing these challenges. It reveals the hypocrisy of the ruling caste landowners who oppress Muslim customs while avoiding other actions that can jeopardize them. The selective involvement shows Their selective involvement shows that they choose modest business activities grounded in genius over farming and actions of concealing enriched power dynamics and the daily conflicts stemming from the same power structure through the lack of sincerity. Thus, their choice to overlook these issues perpetuates the circle of injustice and inequality, further worsening the situation. One can see that they are dividing the society in the name of religion for their own selfish ends. Their narrative exposes the intersectionality of oppression, highlighting how religion and class function as a tool of subjugation. And one of the other themes in the play is identity. It is portrayed as fluid and constant. The characters grapple with self-definition amid external pressure that seek to impose rigid labels upon them. W. criticizes how societal expectations suppress individuality and force people into predefined roles. Through their journey, the play underscores the need for self-assertion and resistance in reclaiming one's own identity. One of the characters, Nisha, contradicts the notion of Hindu consciousness that is one and only by bringing to light the fundamental conflicts and diversities despite the fact of cultural groups seemingly being of the same kind. By drawing attention to differences between Janaki, a Valvuluvandar Nair, and herself, a Tirukatamkur Nair, she reveals to the world the complexities of social hierarchy and geographical variances.
Ma'am, can you please conclude your presentation?
Yes,
Yeah.
I will do that. So here we can see the Nisha and also Janaki shows us the contrast uh, by she emphasizes the importance of eliminating not only inter-caste prejudice but also intra-caste disparities. One can see through these characters that beyond the facades it is shown as oneness in a religion, it is actually division as hierarchy, disagreement, internal conflicts, and mutual mistrust. And there is another character that represent half and half individuals. That is Pradeep. Why is he half and half? He is a Hindu Isua father and a Latin Christian mother. He lives in a complex social matrix of Kerala where caste identities and regional intersect. Mentioning both the parents belong to the backward caste category adds another layer of complexity to social transfiguration, presenting a paradox of interaction. Marginalized groups then accuse each other of discrimination. By the end, the play often uses the caste system to dehumanize characters such as Kannan, a Dalit who consistently endures social exclusion across various circumstances. Although Kannan has an intellectual background, the drama finds him and experiences accomplishment because of affirmative actions. So when he has got the marks of 70%, they say being handicapped he gets 35 and being Dalit he gets 35%. So what is the contribution of Kannan? That is how the Kannan arises the question. To end it, Catherine Tankama ponders the SG's structures of class, and religion that define Kerala's socio-ethics from a critical standpoint. These system structures by historical power relations continue to control underprivileged communities, particularly Dalits, who have repressive their own identities. So I conclude this presentation by saying, by weaving together these themes, Tankama serves as a powerful commentary on the illusion of stability within societal structure. Question accepted narratives and recognize the hidden struggle between the surface, ultimately breaking the facades and advocating for a more just and inclusive world. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, can I call the next participant?
Yes, ma'am, please call.
Anjana R. Menon, a postgraduate student, Christu Jayanti College, Autonomous, Bangalore. Ma'am, we'll be having a timer for 2 minutes. So participants, please conclude your presentation within 2 minutes. There will be a timer ringing in the end of the 2 minutes. So we can wrap up the session very soon because we have more than 6 participants left. So kindly complete your presentation within the time.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, ma'am. Please complete your presentation within 2 minutes. There will be a timer at the end of 2 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am.
So good evening, everyone. My paper is titled Reclaiming Voices, Gender Trauma and Feminist Retelling in Indian Mythology. So a brief introduction. Trauma, derived from the Greek word, initially meant a physical wound, but over time this transcends its physical origin and encompasses the psychological scar left by distressing events. And recent studies has defined it as a wound on a person's psyche. And in general, literature explores this as a cultural and psychological suffering that disrupt the flow of life. And coming to mythology, myths are considered symbolic narratives of the culture of the society. And especially mythologies like Ramayana and Mahabharata are considered the bone of Indian culture and influence civilization greatly. So, in my paper, I will be talking about characters that is villainized in the traditional narratives, characters like Shurpanaka, Kaikeyi, Amba, and Ahalya. So here I'm exploring with Judith Herman's work Trauma and Recovery, which focuses on understanding trauma and emphasizes on storytelling as an effective method for reclaiming their agency. And the objectives of the paper are to examine how gender trauma is portrayed in traditional narratives of Indian mythology, to analyze the role of feminist retelling in redefining marginalized female characters, to explore how feminist narratives challenge and reconstruct the portrayal of trauma in these characters. Now, coming to the works, the feminist retellings that I have chosen are Lanka's Princess by Kavita K, Kaikeyi by Vaishnavi Patel, Ahalya by Koral Dasgupta, and Amba in the Palace of Illusions by Chitra Banerjee Divakarun. So, coming to the findings, when we look at the character of Shurpanaka in the original work or the traditional narratives, she is portrayed as a lustful demoness and is punished for expressing her desire, and her mutilation is seen as a justified punishment.
Ma'am,
In
can you
modern
please conclude because it's 2 minutes? Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So these characters, all of these five characters in their traditional narratives are punished for crossing a social boundary that is set on a woman, and all of these modern retellings explore that and contribute to the motivation behind their actions, and they use the idea of narrative cure by giving them a voice and agency back to tell their own story. They are resisting the trauma, and to conclude, these feminist retellings serve as a form of narrative cure for marginalized female characters in Indian mythology. And these characters, by giving these characters a space to articulate their trauma and motivation, these retellings give them a safe space to process their trauma and regain the agency that has been suppressed under patriarchal narratives and changing them from passive victims to empowered survivors.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to call upon next participant, Dr. G.M. Muthurippa, Associate Professor of English, Government First Grade College, Karnataka. Sir, there will be a timer at the end of the 2 minutes. So please complete your presentation within the time.
Good evening. Good evening, madam. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So good evening. The title of the paper is Pedagogy for Global Citizenship: Teaching through Receptive English Language Skills at a Tertiary Level. Tertiary level means UG level. So this is a pedagogical framework prepared by me. Just I begin with the abstract, right? In the global trotting environs, an indomitable human spirit, after successfully completion of undergraduation exploring various avenues, encounters with varied aspirations and passions across the globe that has uncommon lingua franca. To negotiate, interact, and communicate with such human amalgamation in heterogeneity, a common link language is inevitable for the graduates. To equip with creative and communicative language sensibility in English among the heterogeneous people, a moderate communicative skills-oriented global graduates are to be primed through a proper pedagogy for the said level, teaching English receptive skills. This paper aims at framing such English language teaching pedagogy that ladders the learners of English language to attain the receptive English language skills in a multi-consumer driven market environment. Then it focuses on using different literary genres to teach the skills through selection and gradation of pedagogical modules, having objectives and outcomes of the framework. It also suggests 4 pedagogical modules to attain the said skills at tertiary level. So pedagogical objectives are to enhance communicative capability in students, to refine the language structure, English with the reference to receptive skills,
Sir, can you
to
hear me,
train
sir?
the learners with language skills.
Sir, am I
Can you
audible?
please can you
Yeah.
please share your screen, sir? I'm not able to see the screen.
Yeah.
Not from the beginning.
Sir, your screen
Please
is
share
not
your
visible. It's locked actually.
Madam, is it
Yeah,
now?
it's
Is it
visible now, sir. Please conclude your
Now visible?
presentation, sir.
So,
Your screen is
is
visible.
it visible?
Your screen is visible. Your audio is also clear. Please conclude the presentation, sir.
Okay.
Okay,
Now, pedagogical, module 1, I have given the module here. Right, you can see the module, just a minute. Yeah. So module 1, where we can teach listening and reading skills through selected literary pieces, like When Free Speech is Truly Free by Sundar Sarkai, Democracy by Langston Hughes, Farewell Address at Chicago by Barack Obama, The Unknown Citizen by W. Chadden. So these are all the topics which are included in this module, and like that there are 4 modules. 4 modules means they can be used in 4 semesters, right? First, second, third, and fourth semester. So whereby the undergraduates complete and they will be equipped with all communication skills. And the assessment pattern is that there is a question paper pattern is also given in the PIPA, and then the model question paper is also given there. So based on that, the evaluation process is formative and summative assessment. That is how by teaching these pedagogical modules, the students can be equipped with receptive English language skills, whereby they can become the global citizens, and they can get better opportunities across the world. Wherever they can go, they can negotiate with the native languages as well as other languages using the proficiency of English language. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Participants,
Thank you,
the
ma'am.
rest of the participants who did not present your paper, please make your presentation as soon as possible. In 2 minutes, okay? Next, I would like to call upon Thida S. Nair, B.Ed student, Sri Narayana Training College, Kerala. Sir, you can stop sharing your screen, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Okay, sir.
Good evening, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible. You have PPT, ma'am. Can you share your screen or only?
Yeah, I'm sharing.
Yeah,
Is it visible now?
Yes, it's visible. Please conclude your presentation within 2 minutes because there are rest of participants who wait to present.
Yeah. Okay. So, title of the paper is Self-Sold, the Hidden Costs of Convenience in the VUCA World. So, I'd like to begin the presentation by explaining the title of this paper. Actually, this VUCA is a managerial acronym for volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. But I felt that it is quite appropriate in the context of the influence of the tech giants and related issues such as increased digital dependency, data privacy breaches, and security loopholes. And this paper adopts a qualitative analysis of a movie titled Control, CTRL. That's how the movie is spelled. And it was released on 4th of October 2024, very recently on Netflix. And it belongs to the genre of screen life, which is a nuanced way of storytelling, whereas wherein a film is replaced by film set is replaced by gadgets like surveillance camera, smartphone, etc. And the genre follows the unity of time since every action takes place in real time. And these are the key concepts that that I have discussed in the paper, but due to time constraints, I won't think I will be able to delve deep into each of these concepts. And these are the details. The director of the movie is Vikramaditya Modwani, and I'm not delving into the summary of the movie and all. Now, the movie talks about basic life. As Wendell Berry writes in the article titled The Idea of Local Economy, a corporation.
Ma'am, can you please conclude the presentation?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So, these are the concepts which I was going to, like, if I had time, I would have discussed algorithmic bias, which is actually an inevitable catastrophe associated with the AI use. Then surveillance capitalism it turns human experience into profitable data, where data is being considered as currency. Now, these are the recommendations that I would like to serve for safer and better implementation of the AI tools, where it will be useful for doing social good and eliminating every harm depending on guiding motives behind its development. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to call upon Jeeva Meenu, a student, Madras Christian College, Chennai.
Good evening, everyone. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am, you
So
are
my
audible.
article is titled The Transformative Power of the Third Space, a queer spatial analysis of the graphic novel Curry. Curry is a graphic novel written and illustrated by Amrita Patel and published in the year 2008. This book introduced the theme of homosexuality in Indian graphic novel scenario. It looks at the life of an eponymous queer protagonist trying to navigate through heteronormative society. The cityscape, which is identified as Mumbai, symbolizes Curry's inner turmoil, and the description of the smoke city symbolizes the blurred vision of society that refuses to see and accept the LGBTQ community. The paper uses spatial theory to analyze different spaces in the novel, namely cityscape, domestic space, workspace, and imaginary space. Using Edward Socher's theory of third space, the paper aims to bring out the transformative power of third space for the marginalized communities, especially homosexuals. The space around us is not an empty container or an inert backdrop. It is ideologically charged and conditions the construction of meanings and gender negotiations. In the novel, space becomes an active character, shaping the thoughts and actions of Curry. The first space is the material and tangible space, which includes the city, home, office, apartments, and so on. So these spaces, which are supposed to be liberative and provide a sense of belonging, offers Curry. The second space is how we perceive these spaces. Most spaces, both real and imagined, are dominated and constructed for heterosexuals, thus erasing the existence of other gender identities. The third space, which is a liminal realm, erases all these binaries and provides a liberated space where they can express their true selves and achieve transformation. In the novel, the city is shown as weighing upon Curry with its tall buildings, confusing roads, and sewers. Curry constructs a third space for herself through creativity and imagination. And Patel uses surrealism as a tool for the construction of third space. And also, on the day of Curry's failed suicide attempt, she embraces the alter ego of a boatman who cleanses the sewers of the city. And the sewer here represents the discarded people in society. By reimagining her first space and second space as fairy tales, the eponymous character makes them livable. As we can see in Sarah Ahmed's queer phenomenology, the importance of space is vital in gender construction. And she says that society wants us to go through a certain pre-understood straight path, and whoever defies this is considered out of line. Gender norms are perpetrated through repeated performances, as told by Judith Butler. And here, Curry's true transformation takes place when she ducks the bus haircut, rejecting the gender norms and proclaiming her identity, and refuses to give up her life again. So recently, there have been more efforts made into creating inclusive queer spaces like the queer cafes, cyber queer space, and so on. But these spaces are separate from the mainstream everyday spaces and are considered
sorry
exotic
for
and strange.
interrupting.
Even the digital space faces a lot of criticism. And another important fact
can you
is
hear
that
me?
such
Hello?
spaces give prominence to the white upper class homosexuals, and thus the others face a double marginalization. So here, what is important is to include the queer community within the everyday spaces. I would like to conclude my presentation with a quote by George Chauncey. There is no queer space, there are only spaces used by queers to put to queer use. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to call upon Lakshmidhar Mahapatra, a student from Central University of Tamil Nadu.
Good evening to all of you. The title of my paper is Relativizing Visual Impaired Cricketers, Struggleful Journey to an Inspiring Figure.
Sir, can you be a bit louder? Your voice is not audible.
Good evening to all. The paper
Yes.
that I'm going to present.
Now it's audible. If you have any presentation, you can share and complete within one
Ma'am,
or
I
2 minutes.
didn't make any. Sorry, ma'am, I didn't make any PPT.
Okay, sir, it's not a problem. Be a bit louder because your voice is very
Okay,
low.
ma'am. Okay. Okay. So the title of the paper is Narrativizing Visual Impaired Cricketers, Struggleful Journey to an Inspiring Figure in Mahintasi Kibra Sanabar and Viswanathan's Eye Opener. So this project utilizes the method of textual analysis to analyze the primary text, Eye Opener, which was written by Ajatel, Mr. Mahintasi Kibra Sanabar, and Satish Viswanathan.
Sir, your voice is not audible actually.
I'm not Do you understand? Am I audible, ma'am? Right. Hello.
Sir, it's now audible, but while you're speaking, your voice is very low. We couldn't hear your voice.
Okay. Let me speak louder. Am I audible right now?
Yes, it's
Actually, this is
audible.
Okay. So
Complete within
this
time,
to
sir.
understand the history, development, and evolution of blind cricket in India and the plight blind cricketers pass through in an attempt to bring the difficulties faced by disabled individuals to the forefront through Indian newspapers. So what are the objectives? I found 3 objectives from this paper: to understand the history of blind cricket. Second objective that I found, to highlight visual impaired cricketers' journey and struggles to demand recognition and financial support from the BCCI and the government of India. And the third, to understand how they have overcome their struggles and become beacons of inspiration. So Eye Opener is an autobiography written by Kibra Sanabar and Satish Viswanathan, wherein the protagonist Kibra Sanabar discusses the remarkable journey of blind cricket in India According to him, blind cricket is a sport that embodies resilience, determination, perseverance, and inclusivity. The game reached India in the 1990s, inspired by the success in Australia and the UK. However, unlike the other nations, blind cricket faced numerous challenges in India in establishing itself in national level. In the late 1990s, Mahintes Sikibarasanevar, along with his close friend Nagesh, embarked on a mission to provide a platform for visually impaired individuals to participate in cricket. So they registered Samarthanam to make enable to the disabled people, an organization aimed at promoting blind cricket on 27 February 1997, making the beginning of a transformative journey for the sports in India. Later, in the same year, they established ACBI, Association for Cricket for the Blind in India, a sporting body for blind people. George Abraham became the president of this institution. The establishment later they also established WBCC. What is the full form? WBCC, World Blind Cricket Council, in the same year, 1997. Itself laid the foundation for the evolution and development of blind cricket in India. George Abraham himself became the founding chairman to promote and felicitate blind cricket globally. Now, second objective, thoughts for recognition and financial struggle. The Indian blind cricket team achieved extraordinary success from 2012 to 2022, including 3 T20 World Cups, 2 ODI World Cups, and 2 Asia T20 Cups. Despite this accomplishment, they remain unrecognized by the BCCI and the Government of India and face significant financial hardships. Many players come from poor families, lack stable jobs, and struggle to afford essential equipment. Captains like Ajay Kumar Reddy and Sekhar Naik, along with others, have appealed for recognition, job security, and financial support, emphasizing that these are crucial for the development and performance.
Please conclude your presentation, sir. Sorry for interrupting.
What, ma'am?
Sorry for interrupting. Please conclude your presentation, sir. We have 2 more left. It's out of time.
So while some players have received awards like Padma Shri and Arjun Award, tangible aid such as government jobs, central contracts, and infrastructure remains insufficient. I remember 2011 when India won the second ODI World Cup, Mahendra Singh Dhoni received an amount of 16 lakh from the BCCI and from the other sources, where in 2014, under the captaincy of Sekhar Naik only received for 16,000. Okay, so that's the comparison I would like to make here. So last point is struggles to become an inspiration figure. The blind cricket team has endured a lot of pain and suffering in their glorious journey. They never gave up or broke down despite not getting any recognition, support, or financial aid from the BCCI or the government. The more they were neglected by the BCCI, the more determined they became. The journey was filled with thorns and obstacles, but they surmounted all hurdles because they are spurred on their patriotic feeling and with the passions of the game. It was the passion that helped them achieve their brilliant accomplishment for the nation. I have taken popular captains like Ajay Kumar Reddy to connect to understand this theory. So, Ajay Kumar Reddy, he is the ex-captain of blind cricket team. He is from Guntur, Andhra Pradesh. He also became overcome a childhood accident that caused him to lose his vision in his left eye. Despite this, he pursued his dream of serving the nation. Initially, he wanted to join the Indian Army, but unable due to his blindness. And later, the turn to blind cricket, staging at 6. He debuted for India in 2010, and he earned the glorious journey for blind cricket team. Sekhar Naik, also a blind cricketer from Shivamogga, Karnataka, overcome poverty and literacy, hereditary blindness to achieve remarkable success. Inspired by his mother's encouragement to do something significant for the nation, Sekhar Naik is on the blind cricket team in 2002. And under his captaincy, India won the first ever T20 World Cup 2012 and first ever ODI World Cup 2014. A B2 category player, Sekhar Naik.
Please conclude.
Okay, in conclusion, it highlights the physical and mental demands for the sport that addresses the struggle blind cricketers face due to the social basis, lack of recognition, limited financial and infrastructure support despite international success. Blind cricketers often remain overshadowed by mainstream cricket, facing financial hardships, and inadequate media coverage and minimal corporate sponsorship. Thank you for listening to my presentation.
Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to call upon Selva Thersi Rita, a MA student from Chikna Government Arts College. Ma'am? Ma'am, are you there in the meeting? Selva Terse Rita, MA student, Shikna Government Arts College, Tripur.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, you can present now, ma'am, within 2 minutes, because one more left.
Okay, ma'am. Good evening, all. My paper is titled as. Am I audible, ma'am?
You are audible, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. My paper is entitled as Exploring Gender Dimensions, a critical examination of feminine and masculine constructs in the select novels of Iris Murdoch. Iris Murdoch, a writer renowned for her exploration of human psychology, morality, and personal relationships, also intricately weaves gender dynamics into her novels. In her writing, Murdoch frequently critiques social norms and exposes the ways in which gender expectations shape individual lives. Focuses not so much on
Ma'am, your voice is not audible.
and artistic creation, questioning the often restrictive roles that society assigns to women and men. Through these works, Murdoch emphasizes the need for self-transcendence and moral consciousness, ultimately offering writer deeply engaged with the complexities of gender, illuminating how her novels reflect the tension between individual desire and societal expectation. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. The last participant is Narsin Srimati Denkunvar Nalal Bath, Vaishnavi College for Women. Ma'am, you can present your presentation within 2 minutes, ma'am. Then we'll end up the session now. Ma'am, are you there in the meeting? Nasreen Sultana? Nasreen Sultana, Assistant Professor of English, Srimati Denkunvar Nalal Bath, Vaishnavi College for Women. Ma'am, are you there in the meeting? Ma'am, I think she's not there in the meeting. Shall we end the session?
If over, we can end it.
That's it, ma'am. The Nasreen Sultana is not yet turned up, so we'll end the session.
So no need of conclusion. Okay.
I'll give the vote of thanks and we'll end the session, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, you can give
You
the
can
close-ended
please-
marks, ma'am. Then I'll continue with the vote of thanks.
Please pardon.
Ma'am, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I can
Hello?
hear you. It's not audible, ma'am. It's not audible.
Can you hear me, ma'am?
Hello. Ma'am, can you speak once again? So I'll recheck it.
Hello?
Ma'am, can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, I can hear you, ma'am. You can conclude, ma'am. I am having some technical problem.
It's okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Okay. Respected chairperson, distinguished guests, presenters, and participants, it is an honor for me to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks to our esteemed chairperson, Dr. Kulhali Mondal, Assistant Professor of English, Nandal Ghosh, BT College, West Bengal, for their invaluable contribution to today's paper presentation session. Your presence and leadership have been instrumental in making this event a success. We deeply appreciate the time you have taken to guide our discussions, provide insightful feedback, and encourage meaningful academic exchange. Your experience and thoughtful observations have added immense value to the research presented today, offering our valuable participants new perspective and constructive critics that will undoubtedly help refine their work. On behalf of the organizing committee and all participants, I express our deepest gratitude for your time and efforts. We look forward to your continued guidance and inspiration in the future. Thank you once again, and thanks to everyone for being a part of this insightful session.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Participants can leave the meeting now. Thank you.